Bongani Mapanga, respectively, with effect from the 5th September 2016. Lastly, I also wish to announce that the vacancy which occurred in the National Assembly due to the passing of Ms. Raisibe Eunice Nyalungu has been filled by the nomination of Ms. Gladys Nokuzola Tolashe with effect from the 5th September 2016. The members have made and subscribed the oath and affirmation in the Deputy Speaker's office, and therefore would like to use this opportunity to welcome the honorable members of the National Assembly. The first item on the order paper is questions addressed to ministers in the economics cluster, cluster 4. Members, of course, honorable members may press the to talk button on their desks if they wish to ask supplementary questions. I would like to bring to your attention, honorable members, that in terms of Rule 1415, question number 205 was approved as an urgent question for today's question session. As a result, the question will take precedence over all other questions. Lastly, in accordance with Rule 137, 5A1 and B, I and B, an additional 30 minutes will be added to today's question session. And the urgent question has been asked by the Honorable DJ Mainir to the Minister of Mineral Resources. The Minister now has the opportunity to deal with the question. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We appreciate that this question has been asked in order to inform the people of South Africa. However, let me place it on record that in terms of our well-established practice of separation of powers, this matter belongs to the Cabinet and not Parliament, and as a result, Honorable Mainir has no jurisdiction to ask the Minister of Mineral Resources whether he would resign. As a member of Cabinet, I am aware that there is a protocol to be followed, guided by stringent processes of doing the business of Cabinet. To this extent, matters discussed within the Cabinet remain there. As I stated during my interview with the SABC on Friday evening, I also stated that the matter of inquiry, which Mr. Mainir seems to be problematizing, can only be decided upon by the President of the Republic. Once he has sufficiently applied his mind on the matter, once the Cabinet has dealt with this issue, it will elect to make it public. There is no need to be in a hurry. We have been on record on this matter before that it is indeed unprecedented that banks can make unilateral decisions to close accounts. This matter can therefore not be left hanging. Since then, many other people have come forward, indicating that they have suffered at the hands of banks. It is important, therefore, to understand the importance of this matter as Parliament. Honorable Mainir, there are many other South Africans out there who have been subjected to this kind of abuse and inequality. all the people of South Africa in this developmental state where we have democracy should be treated the same. We should not judge people based on their color, creed, or nationality. If there are matters on the table, they must be dealt with in a non-discriminatory manner. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mainir.
Speaker, we were all shocked when President Jacob Zuma appointed that minister to his cabinet. And we were shocked because we suspected that the minister would not serve the public interest, but that he would serve the private interests of one family, and that family is the Guptas. Well, we were right, because the minister has now allowed himself to become a hired gun for the Guptas, effectively recommending that the executive investigate the termination of certain financial services via a judicial commission of inquiry. And of course, later we were told that the minister had misfired, that his statement was in his personal capacity, and that the cabinet deeply regretted his statement. But the damage was done, and the minister has now achieved what no minister has ever achieved. He has united the ANC, the SACP, and COSATU in condemning him. It is clear that the minister is an embarrassment. He's an embarrassment to the president. He's an embarrassment to cabinet. He's an embarrassment to parliament. And he's an embarrassment to the ruling party. And so I ask the minister, why did you issue the controversial statement? Why did you believe that the controversial statement was reflected in the views of the cabinet? And whether the minister will not reconsider his statement and say right here, right now, that he will resign. Because in the end, the minister must go, and he must go now, because we do not want a hired gun for the Guptas in this parliament.
The Honourable the Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As I've said earlier on, Honorable Manir has no right to ask me to resign. But let me place it on record that the people who have been prejudiced by this matter, some of them are here in Western Cape. 2 days ago, I received a letter which was saying by somebody here in Eastern Cape, Western Cape, and Honorable Manir must be well aware of this matter, that in 2003, the person represented a widow's asset which were wrongly dealt with, and the matter is at the court, and the person has submitted proof to that effect. And it's not only that person. We also received the last 2 days a letter from a certain Miss Jeanette, who said these issues are there. People of South Africa are crying over these issues. If Honorable Manir thinks that this minister has an intention of an individual, he must allow the due processes to unfold so that during those processes, we can prove once and for all that the people of South Africa has issues with the issues of banks. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Speaker.
Honorable Steenhuisen, is that a point of order?
It is a point of order, Madam Speaker, in terms of 141. You would have allowed this urgent question because you would, as the custodian of Parliament, have agreed it was urgent that South Africans get answers to it. The Honourable Manir put several questions to Minister Zwane. He has not answered one of them. He asked him why he issued the cabinet memorandum. He asked him a series of other questions. Instead of talking about cases currently before the Western Cape High Court, I would urge you, Madam Speaker, to compel the Minister to answer why he issued that memorandum on behalf of the Cabinet.
Well, of course, Honourable Steenhuisen, I want to point out that Honourable Mainir must not ask many questions. All right, Honourable Mainir. May I now call upon Honourable Steyn from the DA to do a follow-up question.
Madam Speaker, when I arrived here, the talk button was already on. I didn't.
Oh, I see.
Minister, Deputy Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister, why did you issue the statement?
Honourable Minister.
Thanks, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Shibambu, what's the point?
We pressed.
Why are you on your feet?
I'm raising on a point of order that we pressed buttons here to want to make follow-up on the questions. And that system had already recorded a person who has not pressed the question. So it's logical that you must eliminate the person who did not press the button, and then you take the list up to then include those of us who wanted to make follow-up questions to the Gupta minister.
Honourable Shibambu, actually we will not reach you. Can I ask Honourable Khatebe, because I think Honourable Shibambu is correct on the issue of the Honourable Steyn.
Sorry,
Honourable
Madam Speaker.
Khatebe.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, Honourable.
On a point of order.
What's the point
Madam
of
Speaker,
order?
you recognise the Honourable Steyn. The question has been put already in the House. The Minister must respond. He can't get away with picking and
Honourable
choosing.
Steenhuisen, allow me,
Speaker.
including my mistakes, but allow me to chair.
But Speaker, with
Honourable
respect, the question
Steenhuisen.
has been put.
Honourable Steenhuisen,
Madam
please.
Speaker, the question has been put already.
Honourable
You can't
Steenhuisen.
withdraw the question. It's been put by a member who was recognised by yourself in terms of the rules.
Honourable
The Minister must
Steenhuisen.
answer the question.
Please take your seat now.
You are protecting the executive again. Surprise, surprise.
Take
True
your
to
seat.
type, protecting the executive.
Honourable
It's all that you're good
Steenhuisen.
for. It's all that you're good for.
Honourable Khatebe, can you put your follow-up question?
Speaker, may I address you on a point of order?
No.
Why not?
Honourable Waters, Honourable Waters, please let me proceed.
Madam Speaker, we've had this problem for over 2 years in this House, where the opposition feel that the presiding officers do not protect the opposition as they do ANC members. You are once again reinforcing that perception that you are biased. You have recognised a member on this side of the House. She's put a question. It's irrelevant. She's put a question, and the Honourable Minister must now answer that question. You are here to protect both sides of the House, not the one side, and not to take instructions from the Tuli House. And I put it to you, Honourable Speaker, that you insist that the Minister answers the question.
I will just now, when I'm through with recognizing Honourable Khatebe.
Speaker, may I address you in terms of Rule 26(4) of the Rules of the National Assembly?
Honourable Steenhuisen, let me be patient with you. Honourable Steenhuisen.
No, it's not patient. It's my right to raise a point of order in terms of the rules of the House. It's my right to raise that point of order. It says here that you must act fairly and impartially, and most importantly, apply the rules with due regard to ensuring the participation of members of all parties in a manner consistent with democracy. You recognise the Honourable Steyn. She put the question as you requested, and now you are allowing that minister to get away from his accountability to this House yet again. I would submit that you, Madam Speaker, are in violation of the very rules that you yourself should be upholding in this House. How on earth do you expect us to abide by the rules when you break them with such imperviousness?
Honourable Steenhuisen, I have... Honourable Steenhuisen, I have heard you. Honourable Steenhuisen. and I appeal to you to let me proceed. And I am recognizing the Honorable Hadebe.
Honorable Speaker,
I will take Honorable Hadebe,
Honorable Chair,
and after him, I will recognize Honorable Force, who had pressed the to talk button from the DA. Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will not agree more with the Minister when he says that certain things are cabinet decisions which are confidential to the cabinet, where they must be handled. And then we also have to, this House must also appreciate the fact that there is a separation of powers. The only person who can appoint or dismiss a minister is the President of the Republic. He's the only person, no other person. But will the minister, the question to the minister is this way: should the matters that are critical to the work of the House be determined by newspaper allegations, innuendos, and reports? And if it is like that, will the minister agree with me that the first person the question should go to is the Premier of the Western Cape, who was also dined by the Guptas, who got money from the Guptas for the TA campaign? Thank you.
Point of order,
Honorable, the Minister.
Madam Speaker.
What's the point of order, Honorable Steenhuisen?
I wish to bring to your attention that the Minister is the previous Speaker is misleading this House dramatically. You would know that in terms of Section 92 of the Constitution, that ministers are accountable to Parliament, collectively and individually. There's nothing that happens in Cabinet for which they're not accountable to this House for. And he needs to ensure that that minister there responds to the questions that are answered. These were not allegations in a newspaper. It was a statement issued by that minister under the cover of darkness, which has plunged our banking sector into crisis. He must answer.
Honorable the Minister.
No, thanks, Honorable Speaker. Let me agree with Honorable Mr. Khatebe on what he has said. As I've said it earlier on, I will repeat it. That according to the separation of powers, this matter belongs to Cabinet. I have clearly indicated that on the said evening of Friday, which Honorable Mainir seems to be problematizing, the issue of judicial inquiry can only be decided upon by the President. That's what I said. Thank you.
The Honorable Force.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And so will the Minister tell us why he issued this controversial statement and why he believed this controversial statement reflected the views of Cabinet? As easy as that.
The Honorable the Minister.
As I've said it before, Honorable Speaker, that all what I have said on that particular Friday, I want to repeat it here. For those who watched me when I was on TV, that the issues discussed in a cabinet cannot be of public consumption currently. The issue of the judicial inquiry will be decided by the President, and I do stand by that.
Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Steenhuisen.
Madam Speaker, the Constitution is very clear. Section 92(3). Members of the Cabinet must A, act in accordance with the Constitution, and B, here most importantly, provide Parliament with full and regular reports concerning matters under their control. the Minister issued a statement under his own hand into the public arena. It wasn't some cabinet discussion. It was something he
Honourable
launched.
Steenhuisen,
May I please
you
finish?
have not been given an opportunity for a supplementary
I'm not
question.
putting a supplementary question.
So I am now requesting you to allow the next person for a supplementary
Madam
question,
Speaker,
because you are now pursuing
He
an
has
argument.
not answered the question. He is entitled to account to this House. You're letting him
Thank
get
you,
off.
Honourable Steenhuisen, for
Are you
what
trampling?
you are
You're trampling the Constitution again.
Thank
Every
you,
time you go to court, you get it handed to you there, precisely because you don't listen and you think that this Constitution is
Honourable
beneath you.
Steenhuisen,
You're a disgrace
may
as a
I
speaker.
appeal to you
You're a
to
disgrace
calm
as a
down.
speaker, and you can call the parliamentary
The
protection.
Honourable
You
Singh,
can call the parliamentary protection services. You are an
Honourable
embarrassment to this
Singh-
House. You're more of an embarrassment than that minister.
the Honourable Singh, you have an opportunity for a follow-up question.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Minister, I put it to you that this question does not come without history and context. It has been reported that you, Honourable Minister, were central to the controversial Estina dairy project outside your hometown of Frieda, a project driven by associates of the Gupta family, although the family itself has denied being involved in the business. And in March 2013, it has been reported that a letter on behalf of Zwane, then the MEC for Agriculture in the Free State, appeared to provide an official alibi of sorts to turn a visit by Indians into an official government visit, elements that allowed a private plane of Gupta wedding guests to land at the water. Those banks and denounce those banks who have acted against a company owned by the Guptas. And we need an answer to that question.
The
directly.
Honourable the Minister.
No, thanks, Honourable Speaker. Should the President sees it fit that the judicial inquiry be appointed by himself, I will not be leading that inquiry myself. People who will be leading the inquiry will give the ordinary South Africans an opportunity to deal with the matter of banks, to deal with this matter that Honourable Singh is raising. If there is any issue that he thinks is unbecoming in terms of what he has raised, Honourable Singh should be agreeing with me today in this House that one of the mechanisms to lay these issues to rest, if we are not fond of perpetuating allegations, should be the judicial inquiry.
Honourable Shibambu, please take your seat first. Honourable Shibambu, what's the point?
Speaker, I think there's a substantial point of order that must be raised with the confused understanding of the separation of powers as explained by the Minister, because we're now going into question session. He stands up and says that Cabinet is a separate entity. It cannot account to Parliament. It's not accountable to Parliament.
Honourable
Should we leave
Shibambu,
that unchallenged? Because we want to know what is Cabinet deciding and what
Honourable
informs such
Shibambu,
decisions.
that's now
That
a
is how
fifth question.
The separation of powers is all about.
That's a
So we
fifth
must-
question.
we
It's
must
not a point
clarify
of
that,
order.
And from where you are, you must rein on that Gupta minister to say that that is not how separation of powers
Honourable
is understood in
Shibambu,
this Parliament.
you are raising a political argument. I think let's find a place for it and move on to question number 185 from the Honourable Muthelezi
Speaker, can you
to the Minister of Finance.
Speaker, can you please recognize me, please?
Yes, please take your seat, Honourable Leader of the Opposition, and may I now recognize you?
Thank you, Speaker. I think first and foremost, we had a discussion here recently with the Deputy President, who said ministers will come here to answer questions. Those questions speak to some of the discussion that takes place in Cabinet. They are accountable to this Parliament. No, Speaker, this is a critical issue for the understanding of what the job of Parliament is. So if we can't ask questions of ministers about points they communicate to the South African public, putting us at fiscal risk, then this entire institution is a complete joke, and you are making it such to be one. Can I prevail on you to ask that minister to answer the simple question?
Honorable Maimane, that's not a point of order. I am now asking the Honorable Minister of Finance to respond to the question 185. Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, a recession is defined as 2 quarters of contraction in the economy. The second quarter data, which was released yesterday, that is 6th of September, indicates a relatively strong rebound, indicating that a recession is unlikely in South Africa. South Africa posted 3.3% quarter-to-quarter growth in quarter 2 of 2016. For the year as a whole, a recession is not our baseline forecast. However, we should understand that there are risks both outside of the country and within the country that we need to recognize. To ensure that economic activity does not contract in the near future, government must continue with its policy reforms and must provide a stable business environment which supports a recovery in business and consumer confidence. The decline in the first quarter of 2016 was primarily driven by a sharp contraction in the mining sector due to lower iron ore and platinum production, reflecting temporary supply-side disruptions such as safety stoppages at some platinum and iron ore mines due to fatalities. Contractions in the transport, electricity and agriculture sectors also subtracted from growth. The poor performance of agriculture was linked to drought conditions, while the performance of other sectors reflected the general economic environment and the strong economic linkages with mining and the agricultural sectors. Monthly data suggests that there will be a rebound in the second quarter, as we have seen, supported by a strong turnaround in mining output and robust growth in the manufacturing, production and retail and wholesale sales. Despite challenges, the manufacturing sector is still expected to grow, as we've seen again from the evidence recently, supported by continued export growth in food and beverages, motor vehicles and petrochemicals. The sector should continue to benefit from the competitiveness gains of real exchange rate depreciation over the last few years, as well as our proximity to Africa, well, we're part of the continent, and the improved growth rates, albeit gradual, in developed countries. Policy initiatives to boost private investment and reduce the cost of doing business, such as the Invest South Africa initiative and the 9 cities peer learning programs, as well as the continued support government provides to the manufacturing industries, should also support economic activity. This outlook is supported by the sustained 5-month improvement in the PMI, supported by an increase in capacity utilization rates to levels last seen in 2013. Although the August PMI fell just below 50 due to a sharp decline in the new sales orders subcomponent, actual sales orders, output and employment at factories remained at July levels, whilst expectations of future conditions remained positive. Thank you.
The Honourable Buthelezi.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, for elucidating on this very important question. Yesterday's news is indeed a welcome development of a 3.3% economic growth. My further question, Honourable Minister, will be, 1, what are the economic fundamentals that are required to be in place to stave off any future possible recession? And what other measures can be in place to enhance steady growth in the manufacturing sector going forward? Thank you.
Honourable the Minister.
Well, clearly, Madam Speaker, if we want an economy to grow, firstly, we must have the right level of confidence, as I indicated in my initial statement, from investors who believe both locally and overseas that we have a stable, predictable environment in which they can bring their money in. So are we as government, but also as all of the political parties and the general public, doing enough to create confidence in our economy, confidence in our ability to say to investors, you can come here, your money is safe, and indeed you will help us to create jobs in our environment. The second factor is actual growth in both local investment and FDI, and this is the work that in particular business, labor and government have been doing for the past 7 months to ensure that we project a national front in respect of ratings agencies, confidence building amongst local and foreign business, and we hope that we can actually sustain that. Let me also say that whilst we survived, inverted commas, the first round of ratings, we are now about to enter the second round of ratings exercises. The first of the ratings agencies visits us at the end of September, the second sometime in November, and the third early in December. And again, we will be endeavoring as government to work with social partners, and it's a conversation that we need to have within this chamber as well. How do we present a united national interest front which will ensure that we can stave off a ratings downgrade again? The third is that we require those sectors of the economy that are underdeveloped, so for example, medium and small sized businesses, and those sectors that find themselves in difficulty over a medium-term period, like mining and agriculture, to be boosted in some kind of way. And fourth, remove the policy uncertainty and create a regulatory environment which will ensure that the ease of doing business in South Africa is actually one that everybody can see we are increasing in some kind of way. Finally, it's up to us to get the politics of this country right in order that we show to the world that we actually understand the link between a political environment to which all of us contribute and an economic environment that generates the right kind of confidence in ourselves and in the business sector in South Africa as well.
The Honorable Shivambu.
Thank you, Speaker. So the number of income earners in South Africa is drastically decreasing, meaning that we do not have as many people as possible who are involved in some sense of labor to earn income and provide for their families, meaning that poverty is increasing because there are so many people who are not employed. And manufacturing, I think that the WEF, the World Economic Forum, say that we have got a crisis now of automation and mechanization and all what they call it Industry 4.0, the fourth industrial revolution, where you have got manufacturing sector which is highly automated, doesn't absorb as much people as possible to work. How are you going to deal with that challenge? Because in South Africa, our crisis is that our people are not working, we do not have income earners. You can have an expanding economy in the manufacturing sector, but it's not employing people. How are you going to deal with that decisively so that we do not have the continued jobless expansion of the economy? And lastly, do you agree that there must be a judicial commission of inquiry on the banks for closing the bank accounts of the corrupt Gupta families? Can you please respond to those two questions?
The Honorable the Minister.
I thought we were talking about manufacturing, Honorable Shivambu. I mean, one can only but agree with Honorable Shivambu that the number of jobs created, whilst good in the first 20 years of our democracy, is not adequate to give us a situation where most employable people are employed, most people that can earn an income are earning their own income, and the dependency on the state is actually reduced. We can also agree with Honorable Shivambu that poverty ultimately is going to be resolved not through the kind of welfare safety nets that we have, but by making sure that every economically active or potentially economically active person is actually employed either in a self-created job or in a job created by industry. Manufacturing used to be, 17% of the overall GDP numbers, went down to 11%. It's probably still approximately in that range. And throughout the world, the real danger is that in an effort to increase productivity, robotics and technology is being relied upon. But in our recent participation in the G20 meetings over the weekend in China, it's becoming very clear that there's no direct relationship between the use of technology and creation of jobs. So there's no doubt that there's a crisis that we are heading for in the next 10 or 15 years, Madam Speaker, which would mean that there are less jobs created within the formal sector. Manufacturing in South Africa still has potential to grow, largely because the depreciated rand should be giving South African manufacturers a leg up. To some extent, you can begin to see it in the numbers, but we need to also ask some serious questions about whether, as a society and as an economy, we are enterprising enough, dynamic enough, and have the right sense of urgency to seize opportunities that exist both within South Africa and outside. An area that we don't emphasize sufficiently, that we should focus on a lot more, it comes through the G20 discussions as well, is the small, micro, and medium-sized businesses. We need to do a lot more to support entrepreneurs, give them access to finance, create a supportive environment in our municipalities, and now that our municipalities are governed by parties other than my own in some areas, let's see what we can do in this regard, and we'll be interested to watch the evidence that actually emerges. Banking regulation is part of the brief that the Ministry of Finance has, and as far as we are concerned, we are compliant as South Africa, and amongst the best compliant, with international requirements which emerge both from the crisis, the Financial Stability Board, and other bodies incorporated in or accountable to the G20 forum. And our standards of regulation are as best as they can be. In some instances, we have regulations imposed upon emerging markets like our own because of factors that have been affecting advanced economies that are not really to our benefit. But we have fora such as the FSB and others where we can actually raise these sorts of issues. I think we also have the banking ombud, who has certain powers which perhaps need to be reviewed if there are customers that have problems with the banks. So as far as financial institutions are concerned, there's a difficult balancing act. Let me be frank, Madam Speaker. And the balancing act is between ensuring that there's stability in this sector, that it is well regulated, and that it doesn't constitute a risk to the country's economy and to the fiscus, as we've learned from the 2008, 2009 financial crisis. On the other hand, we need to be equally very aware that the banking sector can run away with itself. Its charges might be excessive, its customer service might be poor, its market conduct might be questionable, and as far as that is concerned, let's have a debate about whether we need to tighten the regulatory requirements. And before Parliament right now, Madam Speaker, is the Twin Peaks proposal and legislation, which is directed at ensuring that we have far stronger market conduct mechanisms in South Africa rather than the kind of fragmented arrangement that we currently have. So looking forward, I think we'll be in a much better place to ensure that consumers are given the right kind of deal on the one hand, and at the same time, the indispensable role of a well-run financial services sector is one that is maintained in line with both international standards and our own national interest in what is required here. And it's that balancing act that we, as the Ministry of Finance, who has the responsibility for stability within this sector, which we've assigned to the South African Reserve Bank as part of the banking regulator's mandate, which is financial stability. We will watch that area carefully. It's going to evolve over the next few years in line with the Twin Peaks legislation and other international and local arrangements. And let's see how that serves future generations better. Thank you.
The Honourable Mainir.
Thank you, Speaker. Will the Minister concede that that domestic political developments, including the disastrous appointment of the Minister of Mineral Resources to investigate the termination of financial services to Oak Bay, in which we all note the Minister of Finance refused to participate. Does this not undermine investor confidence and in part explain why the economy is on the brink of recession in South Africa?
The Honourable the Minister.
So firstly, let's not use recession as this bogey person. Right. I don't think anybody in this House belonging to any political party wants to talk South Africa's economy into a recession. And at that level, we have to put we need to put national interest first. So, and I'm addressing Honourable Menier. The second is, in every country, you're going to have both economic events, political events, and social events that will create mini crises from time to time. And it's the resilience of our institutions, it's the resilience of our systems that will actually ensure that we can survive these crises and move beyond them. Crises don't last forever. And that's why institutions are so important. That is why the leadership that we put into institutions are so important. Because not only do they have to serve the present, they also have to create conditions for those institutions to survive into the future. And the more of us who realize that, the importance of institutions, the better it is for the richness of our democracy, not the richness of the pockets of some people, but the richness of our democracy, so that that democracy serves all of the citizens of the country that we actually live in. And for the record, I didn't refuse to participate in this 3-person or 4-person committee. The logistics didn't work out in the right kind of way, and therefore I was unable to make what would have been a justifiable contribution to the outcomes of this structure.
The Honourable Singh.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Minister, I can't agree with you more when you say that we need to establish an environment that promotes a right level of confidence. And indeed, our institutions, the resilience of our institutions are tried and tested. And whilst we applaud the second quarter growth of 3.3%, in this quarter here, which has avoided us from recession, the question remains, Honourable Minister, how do we sustain such growth? And how do we avoid falling into a technical recession, particularly when your office and you in particular seem to be under multiple threat from various quarters? Markets and exchange rates enjoy certainty. And at this moment in time, there is this level of uncertainty in foreign direct investment coming into the country. What is the solution, Honourable Minister?
The Honourable the Minister.
Well, let us once again confirm that whether we are in South Africa or anywhere else in the world, confidence is the key to investment by anybody in an economy. None of us is going to put our 1,000 rands into an environment where you're not sure you're going to get it back. And so I think the more of us who understand what confidence means, how you generate confidence, and how we can all make a direct and meaningful contribution to that, that will be helpful to the country as a whole. How do we sustain? Now, don't read too much into the 3.3. It's only one quarter. If you average it out over the year, we're still in a sub 1% zone as an economy. Our aim should be to continue to create conditions, depending on what the external circumstances allow and internal circumstances allow, to reach the 5% that the National Development Plan speaks about. But there are very serious circumstances right now, globally. For example, the U.S., I see in the Financial Times today, you still have people on the U.S. Federal Reserve who are arguing for an increase in interest rates. The minute the U.S. increases interest rates, financial flows change, volatility of a higher order begins to return and creates an environment that you can't find actually predictable. Secondly, we've done a lot of business with Africa, and we should be doing more. But today, Africa is growing for this year at 1.6%, and for the first time, it's lower than some of the advanced economies. Next year, Africa picks up again as a whole above 3%, so that's a good sign, unless something happens to decrease those growth numbers as well. Thirdly, you have Brexit and all the unpredictability that comes with Brexit. Fourthly, you have a recession in two of the major BRICS countries, Russia and Brazil, which hopefully will they will move out of that in the coming year. And internally, we still have to undertake some massive restructuring and transformation of our economy. The majority of our country is still marginalized in terms of our economy. The majority of our people in South Africa don't even get easily accessible finance to start a business, let alone become big-time entrepreneurs in our environment. We have repeatedly pointed out to ourselves by international agencies that we have excessive product market concentration in South Africa. It means we have lots of oligopolies, large firms, few firms that dominate important sectors of our economy. We should start discussing about how do you restructure an economy like that, and how do you change that environment. We still have spatial arrangements in our cities that are still akin to the apartheid era. That needs to change in order to change both the geography and the demography and the relationship between the two, but more importantly, how we create business and other opportunities for our people as well. So yes, the nonsense that's going on, which is relevant to another question that will come later, so let me address it then, is in respect of the Treasury or myself, is not, I think, to the benefit of this country, but let me address some of those issues when we come to that question, if Honourable Singh doesn't mind. Thank you.
We move on to question number 167 that has been asked by Honourable Van Dalen to the Minister of Energy. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Member, for asking the question. The authorization for the sale of strategic crude oil stock held by the Strategic Fuel Fund was authorized with certain conditions following a motivation from the Strategic Fuel Fund. The conditions were that any rotation of stock will be undertaken with the ministerial approval, preceded by a detailed due diligence undertaken by the Strategic Fuel Fund and supported with a comprehensive motivation to the Minister. The integrity of our stock levels must be assured in all instances. A trading division should be established within the SFF and must be appropriately staffed with skilled personnel and resources to undertake trading activities which must generate revenue for the Strategic Fuel Fund. They were also requested to provide a monthly report to the Minister and Department on all activities in relation to the directive herewith. We have subsequently provided all detailed documents to the Treasury and the Auditor General and appointed an independent review panel to look at all the transactions which were entered into in terms of the ministerial directive. We have indicated that if there were any lapses in governance processes or irregular actions, that these be investigated. If therefore there is any knowledge of any improper or illegal behavior, I implore all members of Parliament and society to report this to the necessary law enforcement agencies and that action be taken. I thank you.
The Honourable Van Dalen.
Yes, thank you, Honourable Minister. In your budget vote speech on the 11th of May 2016, you said, and I quote, "Through the rotation of strategic stocks and trading initiatives, the Strategic Fuel Fund has further consolidated its ability to be self-sustainable. This has also allowed us to replace the unsuitable stock that we have been storing in our tanks, which has been both uneconomical and did not contribute to security of supply." Close quote. When in fact it was the sale of our strategic oil reserves. This we know from the statement issued by the CEF on the 7th of June that in December 2015, following a ministerial directive from the Department of Energy, 10 million barrels of crude oil stock was sold to Vitol, Glencore and Telefras. The 5 billion rands which was raised in the deal is residing in CEF, waiting on further instructions from the Minister. This comes down to the theft of our strategic fuel stock by ministerial directive. Why did you, Minister, mislead South Africa and this Parliament that we are rotating and not the sale of it? when in fact it was the sale of the oil stocks. Thank you.
The Honourable the Minister.
The current strategic stock is still in our tanks, so nothing has left the shores of South Africa. So we have requested that a full inquiry be done before any further rotation is done. So once we have satisfied ourselves that Treasury and the Auditor General are happy with all processes and any transaction which has taken place, we will advise you further on the matter. I thank you.
The Honourable Dlamini.
Thank you, Speaker. Minister, you know, in 2013, the public protector found you guilty of maladministration on your previous ministry and asked that you must be disciplined. But because Mr. Jacob Zuma does not respect the Constitution, it did not happen. He moved you to another ministry. Now, on this current ministry, what happened is that SFF, they announced that they are buying the stake on Chevron without your permission. And you're fuming and you fought them, which resulted to the resignation of your CEO and your chairperson. But yourself now, you sold 10 million barrels of our crude oil without getting concurrence from the Treasury, as it outlined on the Treasury Act, that you must get concurrence on the Central Energy Fund Act, that you must get concurrence from Treasury. Why did you not do that? Do you have issues with Treasury? Are you part of the ministers that were told to go and fight Mr. Pravin Gordhan? Because this is 10 million crude stock of South Africa that you sold without speaking to Treasury. Why is that issue? And also, the issue of the nuclear deal. Are you going to sign that nuclear deal, which is primarily going to benefit the Gupta families? And how far with that process of signing that nuclear deal? And don't forget that on one of your presentations here, you said your sons, they asked you to do the right thing. Can you do the right thing and answer correct and honest questions? Do we have problems with Treasury? Do we have problems with Minister Pravin Gordhan? Thank you.
The Honourable the Minister.
I have absolutely no problems with the law. I account to this Parliament of implementing the law. We have, as I'm saying to you, subjected ourselves to scrutiny of Treasury. We have concurrence by Treasury. That approval of Treasury was not required in the matter. And that, as I'm saying to you, will be tested in each and every transaction which has happened. If there has been any untoward behavior, I really appeal to you to inform me so that the law can take its course. I am asking you that you provide me detail of any nuclear deal that has been signed or has to be signed. Could you please provide me with that detail? As far as I'm concerned, a request for proposal will be issued on the 30th of September for the procurement processes, in which we have a cabinet approval to test the market on the procurement of nuclear. There has been nothing signed. There's an intergovernmental agreement which has been signed. There's no deal that has been signed. There's an intergovernmental agreement which has been signed, and that intergovernmental agreement has been made public. It was presented to Parliament. It is a parliamentary document. It is a public document. Please, I cannot respond to speculation or to gossip. I thank you.
The Honourable Carter.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, through you to the Minister. Did the ANC or any of its representatives or family of the representatives of the ANC benefit directly or indirectly from the sale of the strategic oil reserve? Thank you.
The Honourable the Minister.
Honourable Member, as I said to you, I cannot respond in this Honourable House to any gossip. If you have substantial evidence in this regard, please provide us with the evidence and we will be able to take appropriate action. I would really appreciate it if you could give me documentary evidence of the said allegation. For now, you are making serious allegations and casting serious aspersions on individuals and organizations. Please provide us with the evidence. I thank you.
The
Speaker,
Honorable Esterhazen.
Speaker, may I address you on a point of order?
What's the point of order, Honorable
Speaker, the Minister deliberately misconstrued the question by the Honorable Carter. The Honorable Carter didn't make any allegations. She simply asked a question whether anyone in the ANC had benefited from the sale of the oil. And we all wanted yes or no. That's what we want. She never said so-and-so has benefited. So can the Minister please answer the question? Can you please hold the Minister to account, Speaker?
She will answer. Let me ask Honorable Esterhazen to ask his follow-up question. Then the Minister can take what you want her to address as well as what Honorable Esterhazen is going to raise. Proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, if you said that the oil never left the country and we are only storing it, then we're storing it at our cost for somebody. The fact of the matter is, Honorable Minister, in December, at the worst time when crude was at lowest at $38 a barrel, we sold 10 million barrels for $28 per barrel. That's $10 under the market price at the time. Minister, we can only judge by media reports. None actual transaction documents have been made public. This was not a rotation, but an outright sale. If this was a rotation, the plans, contract, and prices related to the replacement oil would have been concluded. Is it then not more correct, Honourable Minister, to say that somebody stole as much as 2.2 billion rand from South Africa's taxpayers? And I do hope that the law will take its course. Thank you.
The Honourable the Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Esterhazen. You are a member of the Portfolio Committee on Energy, and we have committed ourselves to providing you with those detailed documents. I cannot comment further on what is reported in the media. I have requested a full investigation of the matter and will respond once I have all the details at hand. I thank you.
We come to question number 187, asked by the Honourable Ranto to the Minister of Public Enterprises. The Honourable the Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. The state-owned companies reform is one of the critical deliverables in the Department's strategic plan. In support of this work, the Department has devised a comprehensive approach on the turnaround of the state-owned companies in its portfolio. This approach is centered on the creation of strong leadership, both at an executive and non-executive level within the state-owned companies. And what they have to do is to enhance operational performance as well as strengthening the financial performance and general stability within the state-owned companies. Already we are starting to see positive results using this approach at Escom. Transnet, whilst have been quite stable over the last couple of years, they operate in an environment where there are exogenous knocks. And in this case, for example, the commodity downturn has moved the market demand strategy of Transnet from 7 to 10 years. And it will be concluded in 10 years instead. The state-owned companies in my portfolio continue to carry out the mandate given on ensuring infrastructure development. The challenge for the Ministry, the boards and the Department is how we ensure that this work and the funding required do not put undue strain on the state-owned company's balance sheet. Where the economic cycle is not assisting the project's financial sustainability requirements, then we have to review the plan. And that is what we've had to do in terms of Transnet's market demand strategic plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Ranto. Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for the comprehensive answer. Minister, are we beginning to experience any positive impact from the turnaround strategy in the SOEs, in particular on matter of governance, and has the strengthening of governance structures contributed to the success of Transnet and Escom in respect of their developmental and financial mandates? And what is the situation around other SOCs? Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Speaker.
Honourable Minister.
Very much, Honourable Ranto. Yes, Honourable Ranto. The issue is that you've seen Eskom's operational and financial changes within the last year. It is just a year ago when we were confronted with, at a public level, load shedding. It's a year later, there's no load shedding at the moment. Eskom has managed a maintenance program. It has managed financial sustainability, that when we went to an AGM quite recently, we have seen that Eskom has actually clocked a profit for the first time in a while. And so I'm very pleased with the leadership that Eskom, both the CE and the Chair and their teams have provided. At a Transnet level, Transnet has been relatively stable over the last couple of years. And as I said earlier, part of the dilemma we have in Transnet is the commodity downturn. And what it has meant is that infrastructure-led economic development has had to be not postponed, but it has to be lengthened the time from 7 years to 10 years. And over 10 years, we would spend about 250 billion rand, started 2 or 3 years ago. If I look at some of the smaller state-owned companies, like Alexcor and Safcol, I'm very happy that we have seen a little bit of green shoots in terms of Safcol. Safcol's leadership has strengthened, but now we have to go and appoint a CE and so forth. I am very pleased to also note that within Safcol, they have actually taken actions, and as we speak today, many of the former executives have been taken, their matters have been taken to the Hawks. So it's still at sensitive level,
Thank you, Honourable
but we
Minister.
need to deal with it. Thank you.
Honourable Carter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Has the Minister been allowed to carry out her functions without fear or favour? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Yes, I have.
Honourable Shivambo.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. So the Executive Members' Ethics Act compels cabinet ministers to not engage in activities that will compromise their public responsibilities and private interests. I want to ask a direct question to the Minister of Public Enterprises. Noting that the Gupta family has got substantial interests in Transnet, in Escom, in Diner, which is overseeing as a political head. Have you ever met with the Gupta family? Did you ever discuss any private interest with the Gupta family? And when was the last time you went to Saxon World to meet the Gupta family? Honest answers, and we'll make follow-up about this. If you lie to us here, you must know that you're going to go down very soon. Response.
Thank you very much to the Honourable Member for his question. I have no private interest in any businesses. I actually believe, as a politician, as somebody who is a public representative, that I should never have other interests. That doesn't mean that other people who declare that has done anything wrong. It does mean that you've got to declare. But for me personally, I do not do so. Have I met the Guptas? I have to say I used to be the MEC for Economic Development and Finance in the Western Cape. I actually met the eldest brother 15 years ago. And so, yes, I have met them. Have I done business with the Guptas? No. Have I done any actions for the Guptas? No.
Honorable,
And have I met any of the other families, the Ruperts, the so on? No. But can I also say I have never gone to visit them at their home?
Honorable Mazon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to Honourable Brown. In terms of the leadership part of the question, Minister, what measures have the Department of Public Enterprises put in place to ensure that experts in various fields, rather than political appointees, are headhunted to lead our state-owned entities? Has Minister Brown ever been instructed by any member of the Gupta family to appoint any person to any position in a state-owned entity? And/or does Minister Brown know of any appointment that has been made in an SOE at the request of the Gupta family?
Honourable Minister.
To all these questions, I'd like to say no. And I do say no. It's a very carefully constructed program that I have in the department. We advertise, and all those who come through the advertisement goes through the legal and governance structure of my department. And then it's in the department that they are shortlisted in terms of the specific skills that are needed for the specific state-owned company. And eventually we get to the point where there would be the best possible people within the board, or for that board. But let me just make another point. It's very, and then of course it goes through another process where it eventually gets to Cabinet, and Cabinet approves it, and or not. Sometimes Cabinet does not approve it. And if they don't approve it, I go back and I start over again. But let me just make another point. It doesn't mean that the people appointed on the boards are connected anywhere. That's an insult. I think every single board member that I've appointed has the requisite education, has the requisite skills, are participants in society, are often leaders in society. And therefore, I think it's quite insulting. I am very proud of those people who I have appointed to those boards and those who have led the boards.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, before we proceed, we do want to remind you that a supplementary question may not consist of more than one question. And members can count. That I can assure the House. Members are able to count. So if you go beyond one, whoever you are asking that question to must ignore the rest. Thank you very much. Or anyway, it's your choice to respond or not, but the requirement is that you stick to one question. The intention is to spread these as many times as we can. The next question is asked to the Minister of Labour by Honourable van Schalkwyk.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The response on sub-question A is that, one, the response has been very good. As a result, a number of projects are in process of being rolled out to capacitate the unemployed in order to reintegrate them back into the labour market. The department, through partnership with at least 4 CITES, is targeting over 10,000 learners in the next 3 years. And these include the following: 3,600 on motor mechanical panel beaters and spray painters, 1,000 on welders, boiler makers, electricians and plumbers, 2,000 farm together learnerships and mixed farming programs, and 6,000 on economies revitalization programs. And the CITES that we have partnership with are Transport CITA, MESITA, Agri-CITA, and Wholesale and Retail CITA. On sub-question B, funding agreements were signed with 33 TVET colleges to provide training on building and civil construction qualification on NQF Level 3, which target those who are classified as discouraged work seekers. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable van Schalkwyk.
Deputy Speaker, Honourable Minister, the Labour Activation Programme is regarded as a vehicle with which the Department of Labour avails funds to TVET colleges and partner companies for training and placement of the unemployed and UIF beneficiaries in companies. How many service level agreements were signed with the educational institutions since its inception? And how many youth have benefited, trained, or are in training from the program? I thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. These service level agreements that have been signed, we have signed them with the 33 municipalities for the current programs that are going to take place, particularly on those that are being trained on building and civil construction. Those service level agreements are to assist the learners to do practical work, but at the same time we have agreed that if there is a need, municipalities can absorb them. But let me also say previously, we have signed the level agreement with the municipality of Ekurhuleni, where 300 learners on solar water heaters were trained, and all of them, they were absorbed by Ekurhuleni municipality. And also we have signed with SAMSA a partnership, but under the Transport CITA, where 500 cadets of them were absorbed, and also the scuba divers that were trained, we have trained 160 of them were absorbed. And also we have received a request from various municipalities to train scuba divers so that they can be able to assist them when they have challenges. And I must say also we have trained about 2,000 young people on ICT, of which all of them were absorbed. And as we speak today, we are training 20 pilots that will be finishing their training in 2017. And also we have a 7-level agreement with one of the airlines to absorb them. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Minister. Honourable Bagraim, I don't know whether I pronounced it correctly. Please correct me.
It is correct, Bagraim.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Madam Minister, further to the sweetheart question, whereby the UIF is to provide skills to help integration, the answer does not do justice to the disaster that we're facing in South Africa. We are now in the worst stage of unemployment. The country has even forced COSAR to face COSAR telling us that the youth are 60% unemployed. The UIF has reported an accumulated reserve of 120 billion rand. Yes, 120 billion rand. Yet we are unable to make even a small dent in the shocking rate of unemployment. We must realize that the UIF are unable to deliver, and certainly any plans are mere rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. Surely the ministry can see that this hopeless failure means a restructure of the entire staffing and administration of the UIF. It is a clear case of gross negligence. It is reputed to have been said by Albert Einstein that a sure sign of stupidity...
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Let me first correct the honourable member that the UIF portfolio now is 123 billion based on the audit for the 2015-16 financial year. And the reason why we are investing UIF proceeds, particularly when it comes to the investment on our behalf by PIC, the honourable member must recall that we have even indicated that today we have Medupi where the PIC has invested on our behalf, and at the same time we have even invested in Escom. That's why we no longer have load sheddings, and maybe the honourable member may request the Treasury, which administer PIC, just to come and brief the portfolio committee on what exactly and which projects and on how many jobs that were created under the investment by the UIF. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Khawla.
Minister, for many years we have witnessed UIF surpluses grow to billions. Now, according to the unaudited financial statement, surplus stands, as you say, 120 billion. While Labour Activation Programme may have its merits, not in its current form whereby there is no coordination across government, weak administration of fund and duplication of programme to match employment opportunities with UIF beneficiaries. This is evident by the failures of Employment Service of South Africa under your ministry, increasing unemployment rate at 26.6%. Now the question, what role will the minimum wage play to facilitate the reintegration of discouraged workers and recently unemployed beneficiaries of UIF? Is the department planning to send some of the UIF surplus to smoothen transition to a minimum wage? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I think the issue of the minimum wage deals with the salaries of the workers, that they should not be paid under the certain amount of money. But if there are challenges, for example, if the member wanted some other programs under the UIF, during the UIF amendment bill, he was supposed to make those requests. But I must say, UIF is a temporal insurance for the workers that in case the workers are retrenched, then that's when the workers can be supported on those particular issues. But as I've indicated, that in terms of the unemployment, we are contributing through the investment, through PIC and IDC, so that more people can be reintegrated to the labour market. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Ngongo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Arising from your response, Honourable Minister, with unofficial figures indicating almost 9 million people finding themselves unemployed in South Africa, and with unemployment being highest among our youth, we should be exploring all avenues to get all South Africa working. Our rural areas are rife with unemployment. What programs in particular are identifying and assisting unemployed youth in these areas to find work and further develop skill sets? I appreciate the effort that has been done with regard to youth in the urban areas.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, as I have even indicated that we are working together with the Department of Higher Education, particularly through CITES. We have the skills exhibition throughout the provinces where we go with the CITES to explain to the young people which are the skills that are needed for the economy, and also on how the young people can have access to the funding through the CITES, because when we work together with the CITES, we contribute 50% each of us. And therefore, I will urge that even even when we go to these skills exhibition, it will be good if the members of this house, particularly when we go out with those programs, can come and see for themselves on how we deal with those particular issues. And also to indicate that if we do the skills exhibition program, we go with the other departments where they exhibit, and sometimes we'll find that young people are employed during that process because those who exhibit, they go there and tell them that these are the vacancies that they have, and therefore the young people will apply and they will be interviewed on the spots and be employed there. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable, we go to the next question asked to the Minister of Mineral Resources by Honourable James Lorimer.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As we have said in the Portfolio Committee, the department is opposing the litigation. Accordingly, opposing affidavits have been filed, and the application for joinder by Advocate Hume Scholes has since been successfully opposed. At the same time, the department has been engaging with the Chamber of Mines with a view of finding a solution outside the courts, and I can report in this House that our engagements are progressing well.
Thank you. Honourable Lorimer.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Minister, throughout this process of engaging with the Chamber of Mines, I believe the situation is different to that in the past. Mining Charter in 1 and 2, when there was a negotiation, now the department is just saying what it's going to do. I believe in the Scholes case, which is still on, that you have not even contacted Scholes to see if you can organise a settlement. The department is also dragging its feet on that case. It's failed to meet legal deadlines, and it was set on the unopposed roll because the department had not filed an affidavit at one stage. Now the department is dodging a court date by saying it can't go to court on the Scholes matter this year. So, Minister, are you going to come to this Parliament to pass the MPRDA before clearing up the legal challenges? And are you going to do that knowing that the Charter may be overturned in court?
Honourable Minister.
Well, me and you have the responsibility of ensuring that the MPRDA comes to this House and is passed by this House. The issue of Advocate Hume Scholes, we are well aware that is going back to the court, filing, and we are ready to oppose that measure. As I've said, the stakeholders on this matter are engaging, and we are finding a way forward on this matter. Thank
you. Honourable Mandela.
Diabulela Sagela Somlo. Honourable Minister, what are the implications of the draft review mining charter on the provisions of the Broad-Based Black Economic Empowerment Act of 2003 and the Department of Trade and Industry Codes, collectively referred to as the DTI laws? And how will the reviewed charter benefit the previously disadvantaged entrepreneurs and the mining community?
The mining charter is currently under review, Honourable Mandela. We have since received positive inputs from various stakeholders, even including the matter that you are raising. We are positive that the outcome of the mining charter will take us all forward on these matters. I may not be able at this stage to specifically raise issues, as you know that we are busy engaging on the mining charter. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable. Honourable Smith.
Honourable Minister, you would agree that any responsible government would have a contingency plan in place should the department lose a court case instituted by Hume Scholes against the department in respect of the mining charter. This contingency plan would, of course, prevent chaos should the MPRDA, inclusive of the mining charter, be found to be unconstitutional due to its vagueness. The question is, what contingency plan does your department have in place should it lose a court case? And if you do not yet have a contingency plan, what are you still doing in government as a Minister of Mineral Resources?
Honourable Minister.
The spirit by the department is not to go and stay in courts in resolving our matters. We are engaging all the stakeholders that are there, and we are allowing those who want to go to court, like advocates' calls, to go. As I've said earlier on, we will oppose that matter. And in opposing the matter, we have facts that we believe that the courts will rule in our favor. Should we get to courts, and the MPRDA, as we speak, has gone the processes that it should go, and in terms of our view as the department, we don't see the vagueness that the member is talking about.
Honourable Mukwena.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, the MPRDA has not been signed into law, and it's been 3 years now. It was brought back to Parliament, and the paralegal services, the portfolio committee, and the state attorney have all said that there's nothing unconstitutional about it. Now, what measures will you put in place to make sure that we are able to continue as a country? Because at the moment, there's no framework. And what were the reasons why the MPRDA has not been signed into law so far? Thanks very much.
Honourable Minister.
Well, Honourable Member, you'll remember as a member of Portfolio Committee, we did talk about the MPRDA earlier today, and we both resolved amicably on the way forward. But let me say, in moving forward, what made the MPRDA not to be signed up to this point is that there were issues raised by the President, 4 issues that were raised and taken back for those issues to be corrected. That is why the MPRDA is currently with the Portfolio Committee, because those issues have since been attended to. And I am confident that we'll be able, in time this year, to be able to approve the MPRDA.
Thank you. The next question is to the Minister of Finance by Honourable Shivambu. Honourable Minister.
Deputy Speaker, our response is as follows. The National Treasury has previously conducted forensic audits and reviews of contracts across government above the value of 10 million rands. That is, contracts above the value of 10 million rands. And yes, the coal contract between Tegeta Exploration and Resources and Escom is amongst the coal contracts reviewed. Escom has delivered all the relevant reports and information required by the National Treasury. These reports were delivered on Tuesday, the 30th of August 2016 at midnight. National Treasury is evaluating the reports and will soon be concluding this evaluation process. Thank you.
Honourable Shivambu.
Thanks, Speaker. This CEO of Escom called Brian Molefe, who is in the pockets of the Gupta family. They control him, they tell him what to do, when and how. Every day. He came here to Parliament, to the Portfolio Committee on Public Enterprises to say, amongst other things, that maybe the Gupta family has captured the National Treasury. That is what he said. Because National Treasury is the one that has pre-approved the hundreds of millions of rands which National Treasury paid into Tegeta resources to supply coal, like the money was paid upfront, is National Treasury captured by the Guptas as Brian Malife suggested? And why did you pre-approve such amount of money for a company of Guptas who all of you agree have captured the president of the ANC?
Honorable Minister.
On a point of order, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Member.
The member has just insinuated that the president is captured by the Guptas. That thing must come through a substantive motion. Can you make him to withdraw that, please?
Honorable Member, I'll come back to that one because, honorable members, the language we use in the House, not only about members of Parliament, but officials who are not able to respond on their behalf for themselves, we should not speak about them in disparaging manner. I suggest that we be careful about doing that. Yes.
What rule is that which you have just made reference to now?
Honorable Member, I'm pointing out to you.
Can you give us the rule that gives you what you have just said now?
Honorable Member, I'll give you the rule.
Please
take your seat.
Please do before the end of this session.
No, take your seat, yes, take your seat, yeah. You must do that. I'll do that, don't worry. Don't worry, Honorable Member, it's not a mystery. Yeah, Honorable Minister, proceed.
Deputy Speaker, firstly, as a representative and as the head of the National Treasury, I stand here as a free, uncaptured individual by anybody. Our job as the National Treasury is to serve South Africa as a whole, to ensure that all the legislation that is assigned to us by the President is dealt with in a fair, equitable, and legal manner, and to ensure that all our decisions are in compliance with the law. I'm not sure where this pre-approved finance issues are, but if the Honourable Shivambu can give me more facts, we will certainly look into that. I thought it was Escom that prepaid certain amounts of money, not the Treasury. But that might be a question of argument at the end of the day. So let's be absolutely clear. It's funny how in our society at the moment, there's such a well-orchestrated campaign about who is captured by whom, when the facts are fairly clear about where the influences lie and what the purpose of these influences is. And it's at the end of the day advantaging certain groups of people to the disadvantage of 55 million citizens, which is the concern of the National Treasury and the Ministry of Finance. Secondly, let me say that Section 2171 of the Constitution stipulates that any goods or services contracted, public entities are required to use a system that is fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective. In addition, in line with Section 54(1) of the Public Finance Management Act, which is administered by the National Treasury, the accounting authority for a public entity must submit to the relevant Treasury or the Auditor General such information, returns, documents, explanations, and motivations as may be prescribed or as the National Treasury or as the relevant Treasury or the Auditor General may require. Chapter 13, honourable members of the Constitution, further mandates the National Treasury to ensure transparency, accountability, and sound financial controls in the management of public finances in line with Section 6 of the Public Finance Management Act, and the Treasury is empowered to prescribe uniform Treasury norms and standards and monitor the implementation of the Act, including any prescribed norms and standards. Now, the constitutional obligation is what gets the National Treasury to become the target of certain individuals and entities.
Honorable Matlangu.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Minister, from the investigation conducted by National Treasury, what is the assessment of the performance in the overall compliance of State Departments to Treasury regulations? And are departments more compliant now than in the previous years? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
On a point of order.
What's the point of order, remember?
The rules of the National Assembly that deal with questions are such that when you ask a follow-up question, it must be a related question. What is at question now is the question of Escom and how the National Treasury has conducted itself in relation to Escom. Why now is a new question, completely new, that relates to national departments being asked and must be responded to. If she wants to ask a question, she must ask an original question and not jump on my question and want to smuggle other issues. It's not allowed in terms of the rules of the National Assembly. It's as simple as that, and I'm sure you know that, Deputy Speaker. You must dismiss that question and take the next list of questions that are coming.
Honorable Minister, please.
Let me make it for Honorable Shivambu's benefit, and correctly so, specific to Escom. As I explained, we've just recently received all the information that the CPO requires. Give us time to evaluate what this information is, and once the process is complete, we'll be in a much better position to answer the question. Thank you.
Honorable Menir.
Speaker, we can only hope that the ambassador from Saxonwold sitting over there is listening to the Minister of Finance. Now, the Minister must be aware that Brian Molefe claimed Eskom, and I quote, has been cooperating with National Treasury's review of its coal contracts with Tegeta. But the Chief Procurement Officer, Kenneth Brown, claimed publicly that Brian Molefe was lying. So will the Minister tell us whether he supports and indeed stands by the view held by the Chief Procurement Officer, Kenneth Brown, that Brian Molefe was lying when he claimed Eskom was cooperating with National Treasury?
Honourable Minister.
Honourable Menier is usually quite good at doing his research, so he would have read the media statement issued by the National Treasury on the 29th of August, that is prior to the submission of documents on the 30th of August 2016. And in this press statement, as matters stood at that point in time, that's the 29th of August, we make very clear the National Treasury is surprised by media reports of Tegeta, this is the Gupta-related company, inverted commas, warning and threatening to interdict the department should it release a report into its investigation of Eskom's coal contracts. Treasury has also noted with concern the statement issued by Eskom on Sunday, 28 August, suggesting that it has been cooperating with the process of reviews of the coal contracts. The Treasury would like to categorically state that its efforts have met resistance. Subsequent to that, Minister Brown instructed, to the best of my knowledge, Eskom to submit the necessary documents, which has been done, as I recorded earlier on. And as I also indicated, in line with our constitutional responsibilities, the necessary assessment of the matter is actually currently taking place. And when Mr. Brown addressed himself to the public through the media, he was absolutely right as matters stood at that point in time.
Honourable Singh.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Minister, I think it's public knowledge and all of us are aware that there was a serious public spat between Eskom and Treasury on this particular matter which you referred to. And you quite correctly say it took the intervention of the Minister of Public Enterprises, and we don't know why, for Eskom to respond to this 172-page report. I don't know, Minister, if you are aware, why did it take Eskom such a long time, and why did they have to be coerced into responding to legitimate questions which are within the right of Treasury as enshrined in the Constitution of our country? And was there an insistence from Treasury that the board of Eskom had to approve the contents of the report before it be submitted to Treasury? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Why it had to be coerced, I don't know. I think Mr. Molefe is on public record as defending his position as far as this particular family is concerned. And there's no doubt that as South Africans, we've got to ask the question, why, both in this chamber and elsewhere, we spend such an inordinate amount of time discussing one family's influence in this country. It's amazing. It's amazing. Don't we have discussions on how we're going to create 20 million jobs? Don't we have the obligation to ask the question, how do we, through the various agencies that we're referring to, create more investment in our country? How do we create a better and more stable economic environment, rather than whether you are pro-Gupta or anti-Gupta? And of course, I can give you my personal experience that the minute you criticize them, all of the armory is opened up, whether it's on television or print media or whatever the case might be. So, Honourable Singh and Deputy Speaker, with deep respect, perhaps the best person to answer your question is Mr. Molefe himself.
Honourable members, we move to the next question, which is asked to the Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries by Mr. Malloy.
Enkosi, Deputy Speaker, thanks, Honourable Malloy, for the question. A total of 316 communities submitted an expression of interest to the Department to be considered in the implementation of process of small-scale fishing policy. The Department conducted an extensive registration verification process in the respective communities from 30 March 2016 until 20 August 2016 to determine if members of these communities met the small-scale fisheries criteria. The Department had subsequently completed assessment of the Northern Cape communities and made an announcement on the 25th, 26th of August in the Northern Cape regarding the provisional list of recognized small-scale fishers. Announcement at the provinces will follow once the assessment work is concluded. After the announcement of the provisional list, an appeals process will be followed before the fisheries per community can be finalized. It will be at this point when the Department will be able to proclaim the number of small fisheries per small-scale fisheries community. Currently, non-scale fishing communities have been proclaimed. No small-scale fisheries communities have been proclaimed. No small-scale fishery cooperative have been established. Furthermore, small-scale fishing rights have yet to be granted. Hence, the no-scale fishing community has received the benefits under the small-scale fishing policy at this stage. But we can assure that this work is taking place to ensure that small-scale fishermen and fisherwomen are given the right to be, as the people of this country, to stop being harassed when they go and fish or be exploited by the unscrupulous other people who are in this business.
Honourable Malloy.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Minister, I went through the site of the department and I had an opportunity to read the booklet on the small-scale fisheries. It is quite informative, and I'm happy that if we are to adhere to the processes outlined in the booklet, we will be able to achieve our intended objectives. And I invite all other members of this institution to also go through that side, because as people who play an oversight role, it will assist them to do their work properly. Now, having said so, Minister, in your elaborative answer that you just presented to this House, it is clear that you are saying the small-scale fishing rights are yet to be granted. Can you share with us when will you grant such rights to small-scale fishing communities? Thank you very much.
Thanks for the question. According to our plans, we have made a point that a basket of species for small-scale fishing communities will be done by March 2017. The reason being that is to ensure that those people, for the first time in the history of fishing in this country, will have rights to go and fish on the basket of fishes they have been allocated without fearing anybody. That will be the time when they will have dignity and be able to enter the space of marketing for their own product.
Honorable Paulsen.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Deputy Speaker. Minister, the small-scale fisheries policy is silent on the plight of traditional subsistence fishing communities living in close proximity to areas now declared as marine protection areas. These marine protected areas then exclude people from accessing marine resources, as is the case in Port Nolloth and Alexander Bay in the Northern Cape, and as is the case in Dwesa and Kwebe in the Eastern Cape. What is your department doing to ensure that the conservation agenda is not used to prevent poor black communities from accessing marine resources? Thank you very much.
Honourable Minister.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. This work of declaring some of the areas as NPAs is done by the Department of Environmental Affairs. The reason being that is to allow spawning to take place so that fish can multiply, especially on species that are under stress. I understand and I agree with you that science have shown that in some of the areas, like in Tsitsikamma, a small-scale fishing or small-scale fishers can take place without endangering those processes. But when that allowance was done last year, December, by the end of the year, they were taken to court by NGOs. That matter is before court. I can assure you that we are dealing with that because the aim is to ensure that fish can be allowed to spawn and the numbers increase. But it is not meant to declare people or to make sure that it becomes permanent, disallow them to earn their own livelihood around that. And I hope that, therefore, Mr. Paulson, you will join the department when we go to court. Maybe you can much better to realize the interest of those communities. Thank you very much.
Honourable Filtani.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Minister, given that for those communities that live along the coast, for them fishing is a matter of life and death. Literally, so many of them depend on fishing every day in order for them to have any meal at all. So far, efforts by government for effective empowerment have not brought or yielded the desired results. Now, given that situation, what socio-economic impact is this gesture likely to have on the beneficiaries? I've taken note of the date that you have just given to the earlier question, but I would still love to know if the department has measured the expected socio-economic impact so that we can see a smile on the faces of those people. Thank you.
Thanks, Honourable Filtana, for the question. I believe that if you were to visit the cited site and look what are the intentions of the department, one of the key things affecting our small-scale fishermen, I think if you can drive towards Kolocha, you will find the fishermen using orange bags to catch different fish species. But the problem of where they will sell that is a problem. They are being exploited currently, where those who are clever with rights will buy that crab for 90 rands and sell it for 100 rands is what we are faced with today. We want to give them the right, without fearing being chased by anybody, to go and fish, to look even at the methods and facilities they use in doing that. Not only about going and fish, but be able to sell that they got extra, because currently they're being exploited. I believe that we are confident that we'll be thorough in the work we're doing. Where there are complaints, we'll make sure that processes of appeals are taken. This policy is so clear, and I believe that people from Pizana up to KZN who are being expected currently will find it better under this current provision. Thank you very much.
Honorable Kabekulu.
Ngithokoze Sekela Somlomo. Hlonishwa ngqongqoshe. Empendweni zakho kuyacaca ukuthi kunokhalwanyana sazohanjwa. Engifisa ukukwazi ukuthi eminyangweni ukhona inimizamo ekhona ukulekelela intsha ekutheni nayo ikwazi ukungena emkhakheni wezokudoba ukuze ikwazi ukuyiphilisa ivule namathuba emisebenzi kubona bonke abanye abantu ngaphandle ukuthi yethembele eqashweni ilabo abangabadoba abakhulu. Ngiyathokoza.
Minister.
Ndabezitha ngiyathokoza. And say this, that we are concerned about youth unemployment. We would make sure that youth forms part of this new venture to ensure that we empower our people. By the way, I'm sure you will agree with me that on the coastal areas of KZN, young people currently are working for those with fishing rights licenses to push their boats into the ocean. And they become expecting to be given just a token. We want to change that. Young people belong to this department, and we'll make sure that they play a major role in that process. We are busy going, by the way, to visit even Amakos, so that we can be able in doing that. Are they proud of staying next to the ocean, not to count the number of ships that have passed by, and with them doing nothing.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next question is a question asked to the Minister of Energy by Honorable Estelle Hazen. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. As part of the National Electrification Strategy, rural areas are either supplied by grid or non-grid technologies. The technology choice is dependent on, among others, grid access, socioeconomic development, developmental policies of government, and our electrification master plan. More than 124,000 systems have been successfully implemented under the National Integrated Energy Program. This program is assisting considerably towards energy savings in the country as well as a whole. And I would like to thank Minister Lynn Brown and Escom for their role in the INEP, or the Integrated National Energy Plan. The department is working very closely with the Department of Public Enterprise and Escom in particular, National Treasury as well, to discuss the concerns related to the IPP program, and once such consultations are concluded, a government position will be announced on the issue of the independent power producers, or the IPPs, the renewable IPPs in particular. At this stage, the IPP program continues in its current shape and form and continues to form an important part of our energy mix. I would like to add on the matter of the MPRDA. We support Minister Zwane in the work he is doing on the MPRDA. The Minister has done quite significant work on the Act since it impacts on the Department of Energy as it relates to petroleum and gas resources. We are convinced that the Department of Energy and the Department of Mineral Resources would be able to take this legislation through Parliament quite soon. Thank you, Minister Zwane, for that.
On a point of order.
Yes, what's the point of order?
I think the minister is, I don't know for what purpose, is deliberately misleading this House, because Zwane now knows nothing about MPRD.
Honorable Zwane. Honorable Shivambo. Honorable Zwane.
On an amendment bill, Mr. Zwane. So, to say that we thank him for the work he's doing on the MPRD.
Honorable member, that's not a point of order.
Which work has he done?
Take your seat.
It's just misleading.
That's not a point of
order. Because he found a bill here. He has not done
Honorable
anything.
member,
It has not been signed.
you're making a political statement, and that's not a point of order.
Misled like that.
Honorable member. Honorable Esterhazen, honorable members, you have a responsibility to obey the rules that have been agreed to in the House. If you don't, you are going to suffer the consequences of that. Go ahead, honorable member. No, and we'll take action according to the rules. Go ahead, honorable member. Go ahead, honorable member. Honorable members, order. Order, honorable members. Stop shouting. You're supposed to be honest members of parliament. What's wrong with you? Go ahead, honorable member. Please ignore them. Go ahead. No.
Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Please go ahead.
Deputy Chair, for Escom, as a coal-based power producing monopoly, the rise of renewables as a competition is a problem.
Sorry?
For South Africa, its economy and people, renewables must form a vital part of the energy solution. At the end of the day, Honourable Minister, the government, who is the main shareholder in Escom, must act in the best interest of us all. And their lack of doing that showed in the latest local election results. With the contradicting statement made by Escom Minister, and it always seems unfair to ask you questions about Escom. I think it's more Minister Brown. But how do you, Honourable Minister, see renewables? Does they still fit into the future government energy supply solutions in this country? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Renewable energy is part of our country's energy mix. It is written in our government policy. The Integrated Resource Plan actually commits this ANC government to renewable energy. I thank you.
Honourable Jean Bloot.
Sorry, Chair, it was a mistake.
Oh, it's not Honourable Young Bloot. Sorry? No, Honourable Dlamini, go ahead.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. You know, Minister, what is clear now is that the municipalities are mismanaged, especially under the ANC government, especially under this current useless minister called Mr. Des.
Honourable member, you can't call a minister useless. That's not appropriate.
But he lost.
No, please.
But Godemandasha said he's useless.
Honourable member, when you are called that, you are going to object. So don't call anybody that, please.
No, but Godemandasha said so. So I'm just repeating what.
No, don't repeat it, honourable member.
Mr. Des cannot be
honourable member, Rule 82 and 84 says you mustn't use language that is inappropriate and disrespectful. Don't do it, please.
But it's Godemandasha.
Just withdraw it, honourable member. Withdraw that.
Which one?
I told you Rule 82 and Rule 84. So please withdraw it.
What should I withdraw?
Withdraw calling the member what you called her.
Which one?
Honourable member, if you do not want to withdraw what I said, you should withdraw, which is calling the minister. No, take your seat. There's a minister, there's a member, honourable member.
Communicate clearly.
Honourable,
what do you want him
Honourable
to
Shivambo, Honourable Shivambo. Speaking without being recognized, you're out of order. You are even disrespectful of your own member. No. The answer is no. Honourable member, please, honourable member, withdraw that statement.
Which one?
And if you do not want to withdraw,
no, but
what were you saying you are repeating? What were you saying you are repeating?
So much withdraw from the staff.
What were you saying you are repeating? Calling the minister.
But can you clarify, Deputy Speaker, which one?
Honourable member, please withdraw the statement that you made, which you yourself said you are withdrawing. You are restating.
Withdrawing anything. I'm asking you.
Okay, honourable member, if you refuse to withdraw,
if you
are refusing, honourable member, you are going to have to leave the chamber.
On the point of order, no.
I told you explicitly.
On a point of order.
Honourable Shivambo,
I'm raising on a point of order.
What's your point of order?
Allowed. The point of order is that the member has got a right to ask which statement are you asking?
I answered that question, honourable member.
Everything there.
Honourable Shivambo, please take your seat. I answered that question.
He must answer it. He still doesn't understand.
I have answered that question.
Understood.
Take
he
your
said
seat.
that this is useless because Gwedemantashe said it.
Honorable member, you have adopted Rule 82 and Rule 84. You will not call another member that. It is disrespectful.
But he's repeating what Gwedemantashe said.
It is unacceptable language, and I'm suggesting that you withdraw it, both of you, and if you don't, you know what you must do.
We withdraw the words of Gwedemantashe.
Deputy Speaker, I also withdraw the words of Gwedemantashe.
Honorable members,
yes. But I'm withdrawing.
You are demonstrating contempt. You are demonstrating contempt. And I suggest to you that if you continue to do that, honorable member, you will have no chance but to have to go out of this chamber.
Okay. I withdraw. Can I go on now? I withdraw.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
You happy?
Yeah. The rules require you to be expressly unconditional.
Okay, no problem. Let's go. Okay, Minister, you know, the fact of the matter is that the people that are owing money to the municipalities, that makes the municipalities fail to pay Escom. A lot of them are pensioners. A lot of them are indigenous people who are unemployed and who've got no chance of settling that bill going forward. So now, Minister, don't you think it's a sensible thing from your ministry to intervene by settling that debt or writing off that 10 billion debt that is owed? Because the reality is that our people are unemployed, and even the Treasury is saying it's growing the economy, but it's a jobless economy. So that means our people, there's no chance of them getting a job. So don't you think it's a sensible thing to intervene that we must write off that debt of that is owed by our poor people? Can you please help on that, one Minister? But there's lost few municipalities.
Honourable Member, it's quite ironic that you can call a minister useless, yet you yourself do not understand how debt collection works. Escom is responsible for debt collection.
But Chair, order, Chair.
Now, I take strong exception if you call a colleague useless. When you yourself do not understand how debt collection works.
Honorable Minister, please hold on. Yes, Honorable Kloppe.
Chair, I think the minister is out of order because he has withdrawn to that fact. So why the minister is vetting on that one?
Honorable,
who gave her the mandate to question the member?
Honorable member, this is precisely why we suggest to you not in the first place to begin using inappropriate language.
But he withdraw, Chair.
Take your seat.
So he withdraw. So
what?
What is the use of the minister to question him because he withdraw those words?
Honorable member, please take your seat. We hear that in the House.
No, you are so unfair. That's why Kwete said so.
Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Proceed, Honourable Member.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, we have been able to generate more revenue at the local government level.
On a point of order.
Honourable Member, let the Minister finish.
And I'm raising on a point of order on an event that happened when she was speaking now. I can't raise a point of order when it's too late. I don't want to do like
What's your point of order, Honourable Member?
Does.
What's your point of order?
The essence of what this minister is saying is that our honourable member here is useless and he shouldn't refer to Mr. Van Gupta Royan as useless. That is what she's basically saying. If you listen to the essence of what she's saying, she says that how can you refer to that person when you do not understand that collection? Basically trying to throw what you said must be withdrawn back at him. So we stand up to call a point of order for you to be consistent that she must withdraw that innuendo and then we move on.
Honourable Member, Honourable members,
you must withdraw or you must chase her out of the house because that is what you threatened to do with us. You must be consistent with the rules. It's as simple as that.
No, Honourable Shivombo, it is you who's consistently out of order. No, that point of honourable members, I have told you and the Honourable Dlamini and other members of the House to recognize why it is important that you obey the rules that you adopted here. Because it creates precisely what you are complaining about. Honourable members, I am making a ruling that we don't proceed on this line. There are members who have asked questions. who are waiting for their responses to their questions, and they do want supplementary questions. So we proceed on that grounds. Go ahead, Honourable Minister.
Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
Honourable members, I will rule subsequent to this. I will not rule it now. Take your seat, please.
I'll come back.
Go ahead, Honourable Member. Minister, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. We have been able to generate more revenue at the local government level thanks to Escom and local government. So, in fact, the capacity of municipalities have been strengthened and the collection of debt has become a priority for Escom. The Department of Energy does not collect debt and does not write off debt. So, we are there to ensure that we develop policy. For now, our concentration is on illegal connections. We have found that illegal connections, in fact, are responsible for quite considerable tariff collections of Escom. And the price increases of tariffs actually have a very good and narrow and a sound connection with illegal connections. So we are addressing for us now. It's not about recovery of debt alone, but also about illegal connections and how we address those illegal connections. Thank you, Honourable Member.
Honourable Kupani.
Sorry, Deputy Speaker, there's some confusion with our switches. Honourable Mackay is addressing the question.
I definitely know you're not Kupani.
And I'm grateful for that, Chair. I'm a member of the committee, if I may direct my question.
Deputy Speaker, if I may, there seems to be a problem with the switches at the back. Honourable Mackay did press a button.
Okay, all right, go ahead, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, Gupta Buddy, Zuma ally, and Eskom CEO Brian Molefe, when not auditioning for the Minister of Finance's job, seems to be calling the shots on a broad range of energy policy issues, ranging from the Independent Power Producer Programme to the Nuclear New Build Programme. This is creating major uncertainty in South Africa's energy market. Could you clarify, once and for all, who determines energy policy in the Republic, and second, how you plan to deal with increasingly exuberant Mr. Molefe? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Energy policy is set by the Department of Energy. Mr. Molefe reports to the Minister of Public Enterprises. Thank you.
Honourable Mavunda.
Enkomo mtsamu wa xitulu. Deputy Speaker, leswinene swi beriwa mavoko swa khensiwa swa hoyozeriwa. Hi lava ku hoyozela ku hungutiwa ka petrol hi 18 cent na diesel hi 48 cent. Honourable Minister, Eskom's power purchase agreement with the IPP are negotiated with the Department of Energy. Can you share with us or provide clarity on how the current round of electricity purchases with IPPs will be finalized? Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Minister.
Power purchase agreements are concluded in conjunction with National Treasury, Escom, and the Department of Energy and the IPP office. The round, expedited round 4.5 is a matter of discussion between the IPP office, Escom, and the Department of Energy, and I'm sure that we'll be able to resolve this matter quite soon. I thank you.
Thank you. We move to the next question, also asked to the Minister of Energy by Professor Kubisa.
There are approximately 13,500 households in the Untungulu district municipality without electricity. The numbers of households per municipality without electricity, as well as the separation between Escom and municipality-driven projects, will be listed in a spreadsheet to be submitted as a written reply after the sitting. The financial years in which these backlogs will be addressed are also indicated in the spreadsheet. I thank you.
Honorable Kubisa.
Angibonga Sekela Somlomo. Ngqongqoshe, the economy of Utungulu, or now King Tojwa District Municipality, comprises of manufacturing. 40.9% is manufacturing, mining 15.2%, and then community services 11.9%, finance 8.7%, transport 8.5%, agriculture 5.3%, and construction 2.1%. And all of this depends on electricity. Now, the question is, Honorable Minister, what plans does the department have in place to assist the district municipality to speed up its plan to have all households that you have mentioned, 13,000 of them, that are left behind with electricity? Whether that is a universal electricity access plan or a renewable energy plan. And then secondly, has the department, together with COGTA at a provincial level and the district municipality, tried to come up with any plans to ensure there are other alternative forms of energy? Thank you so much.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Thank you very much for that comprehensive question. We do work with Escom and with municipalities to ensure that we can have household electrification and meet our universal access to energy needs within the next 10 years. And we are convinced that we will meet those targets. On the Utungulu District Municipality, we are indeed looking at off-grid solutions for electrification. Because whilst the grid is under constraint, we have to look at alternatives and not wait for the grid to be expanded to certain areas. And indeed, we did a pilot on off-grid electrification in the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality. It worked out very well. We did it at an informal settlement in Nelson Mandela Bay, and we'll certainly be able to roll out the pilot in other municipalities. I hope we'll be able to respond to you in that way. I thank you.
Honorable McKay.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, you have a great habit of claiming that you want transparency in all energy issues and then denying various documentation to the Portfolio Committee. I read from you now from a legal opinion from Parliament's legal advisor stating that in performing its functions, the committee is empowered to summon any person to produce a document it requires in carrying out its functions. With regard to the documents that may contain confidential information, the NA rules provide a mechanism for the chairperson to declare the document as confidential and limit access to the confidential information. Minister, will your department and will you yourself now abide by this legal opinion and provide the committee with all information relating to the Utungulu district, as well as the various nuclear documents which you failed to provide to the committee upon request now in almost 8 to 10 months later? Thank you.
Honourable Member McKay, we issue requests for proposals for over 10,000 megawatts of renewable energy through requests for proposals and the IPP office. You have never asked for any of those procurement documents. Now, the request for proposal for nuclear will be issued by the end of September. Those procurement documents will then be available. Now, if you really want those procurement documents before we issue the request for proposal, I then make the procurement.
Point of order, Chair. Sorry, Chair, the Minister has misconstrued the question. She's referring to the incorrect documentation. If I may clarify for the Minister's sake, I'm referring to the all nuclear documentation that we've requested in the committee and the subsequent ones that are before the High Court in the Western Cape that we've also asked you for and which you've also declined.
Honourable Minister, please complete your answer. The member proceeded without being given a permission to proceed. Go ahead, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Honourable McKay. I think the Honourable Member has been quite disingenuous. He has been consistently asking for the procurement documents. I'm saying to you, those procurement documents will be ready by the end of September. The documents which we've presented for the High Court, it's a matter of a court case. So once we have presented our documents to court, and the court gives us permission to make those documents available to you, we'll gladly do so.
Honorable Fako.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The electrification program was endorsed after 1994 through the Reconstruction and Development Program. This further resulted in the establishment of the Integrated National Electrification Planning INEP unit within the Department of Energy, which led to address not only backlogs, but also newly built houses and informal households. This was due to the inefficiencies in the electricity distribution industry, EDI, because of difficulties in networks that requires serious upgrading. Whilst this has been the department's role in cooperating with the KwaZulu-Natal provincial government to solve some serious network constraints, which resulted in the ability to roll out connections in some parts of KwaZulu-Natal. I thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Honourable Member, thank you very much for that question and for your statement. I had raised the matter of transmission lines, and we're working with the Escom and the Minister of Public Enterprises on the transmission network capacity of our grid and our country. The challenges encountered in increasing energy supply includes in the main not only our transmission network, but also our distribution capacity. So improving the power capacity of certain substations, making sure that those substations are not compromised through illegal connections, will indeed increase our energy supply in many provinces, including KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you, Honourable Member Faku.
Honourable Khawla. Khawla. Ngiyaxolisa, ukhawula.
Ngiyabonga, uyahlonipha kanti. Ngqongqoshe lapho ngaphambili. Ngizocela nje umbuzo kungiphendule nje obunjalo. Lapha yayi Ward 54 eNanda Newtown C. Ingane ayifundile isonto lonke ngenxa kagesi azile esikoleni. E101 eMayville abantu bakhona bakhela izindlu ugesi abanawo. E102 eChappers ugesi abanawo, bonke labantu babulawa izinyoka nyoka. eKenville abantu bafa years and years ufakazi ugesi abanawo. Bese kuthi lapha eRustenburg eNorthwest ku Ward 30 no Ward 33 35 last year August wabathembisa wena ukuthi bazobenzela ugesi, wathi ngoOctober uyothi uphela nje 2015 ugesi yobukhona. Ngifuna ukwazi ke ukuthi ngqongqoshe abantu bakithi abamnyama yini inkinga yokuthi yonke into enzima iza kubona special ugesi mawubheka kwamanye indawo la njengoko Durban North, Phoenix ngeke ubone ugesi uphela. Ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi uyimisele ngani ngqongqoshe. Ngicela impendulo, angifuni uloshona le imbiba nebuzo. Ngiyabonga.
Honourable Minister.
Honourable members, I would respectfully like to give you an exact response. But if you supply me with the detail, I could respond accurately. Since it's a follow-up question, I'm not prepared to do some thumb-sucking. However, the household electrification budget or the INEP budget is transferred, 90% of that budget is transferred to Escom. So the implementation of household electrification actually happens at the level of municipalities and Escom. We do not abdicate our responsibility. We do provide monitoring, evaluation, and oversight. If you do provide me, and I'll personally request that you do provide me with the detail, and I'll be able to provide you with detailed responses. But since a follow-up question, it is difficult for me to have those statistics at hand. Thank you.
Order, Chair.
Honourable member, yeah. Honourable member, no. Don't do that. Yes, honourable member.
Ngicabanga ukuthi minister iyaya yona Ward 54 yona. So she can't be saying it's a follow-up question. Waya yena. So umam Khawula ubuza ukuthi wena uye lapha
Honourable
during
member.
ama elections uthini manje because awukho ugesi.
Honourable member, honourable members, let's go to the next question. The Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries is asked by Honourable
On a
Tongwan.
point of order, Deputy
Yes,
Speaker.
honourable member.
Deputy Speaker, we can't have this the whole day. For 3 hours, you protecting these ministers from answering questions. We have come here for 3 answers. We have prepared these questions. And your reluctance in protecting these ministers, every time when they get here, they don't answer. It's really unbecoming. We can't have that, Deputy Speaker. Let them answer the question.
Honourable member, I at the beginning said to you that a supplementary question must include one question. The honourable member asked 3 supplementary questions. The minister says that she will answer those questions in addition to what she said here. I'm not protecting the minister. I have no interest in protecting her. Just like everybody else wants to know the details, those answers will be provided for. There is a process underway here to answer questions. My interest is in ensuring that as many of the ministers present here answer the questions that they have been asked here. And that's what I'm moving towards. Yes.
Chair.
Yes, honourable member.
Asizwani now. And we Chief Whips Forum, you were not there for so long. So we spoke about this thing, about the chairs who are protecting ministers. We also raised this thing on the programming committee, you were not there. So please, do the honorable thing, ask the minister, because the minister was there personally during elections and make promises to people. So people are watching at home. So don't protect her, throw back the question to her to answer the question.
Uxolo kancane lapho ngokukhulu ukuhlonipha sihlalo ngiyaxolisa mntana ngiyabonga lento ngokomthetho ake sibeke nje lapho ake sithi wena ohlala endaweni zabantu abamnyama kuyahlupha ukuhlala endaweni zabantu abamhlophe ngoba engikwaziyo uminister unayo iTV kwakhe uyabaza abantu ababulawa zinyoka esebehleli 20 years endaweni uyalwazi lolu daba manje mawuzomvikela why nithi asibuza imibuzo pho musana ukudlala ngathi bafethu
honorable members, I plead with you to accept that we must proceed. Yes, Honorable Mkwena, what are you raising on?
Thank you, Chair. Let's not degenerate the House at this point in time. You misconstrued the question that Honorable Khawula asked. She asked one question, and she gave 4 examples. She asked one simple question. What are you going to do for the benefit of those people who do not have electricity? It's a simple, you promised them electricity, you were there yourself. Please, let's get the ministers to answer the question, please, and let's not degenerate this House.
Honorable Minister Forestry, please respond to the question.
Deputy Speaker, on a point of order, Honorable Deputy Speaker, on a point of order. You know, the minister, she actually wants to answer this question. Can you allow her to answer, please? Please, she wants to answer. She's ready. I serve with her in the committee. She answers questions. Just allow her to answer this one. She was there during the election. And she made a commitment to those people. She must just answer. That's all. I know she can answer. Let her answer.
Please take your seat. Take your seat.
Point of procedure, Chair. Speaker.
Yes, what's your question, Honourable Member?
I want to appeal that the Deputy Speaker apply the rules of the House, because we are just degenerating into something else. That's the appeal that we are making, please.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I'm quite prepared to answer the question.
Go ahead, Honourable Minister. Go ahead. Go ahead.
The Integrated National Electrification Program, or the INEP program, is what is used to provide household electricity. Honourable Member, I apologize if I did not answer that directly. I really apologize. I'm younger than you. I will not disrespect you. Honourable Member, we then further, because the Integrated National Electrification Program caters for formal households. We've gone further to say that informal households are not part of this program. I explained it to the Honourable Member further. So for the informal households, we now have renewable energy, solar energy, which we're doing directly with the municipalities to connect those houses without electricity much faster than the INEP program. I hope that now answers the question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honourable Minister, please proceed.
Thanks, Deputy
Order.
Speaker. Thanks to Honourable Tongwane for the question. According to Stats South Africa 2016, total number of people employed in the agriculture sector declined by 5% in the second quarter of 2016 from 869,000 persons in the second quarter 2015 to 825 persons in the second quarter of 2016. Of the 44,000 jobs lost in the sector in the second quarter of 2016 compared to the second quarter of 2015, 36 jobs were lost by women, while 8,000 jobs were lost by men. In total, the agricultural sector comprised of 235,000 women and 590 men in the second quarter of 2016 compared to 286,000 women and 584,000 men the previous quarter. The decline reflects the effects of drought, global and local economic challenges. The 2013 target set out in the National Development Plan of 6% unemployment rate seems unattainable under the current economic conditions. According to studies done by National Agricultural Marketing Council and the Agricultural Department of Agriculture, Forest and Fisheries, in 2016, in terms of job loss in industries, all industries lost employment with food and agricultural industries suffering the most. The biggest employment losses were found to be in the field of crops. That is mostly in sugarcane, which was 9.3%, and livestock, minus 8.7%. These three depend mostly on grain-fed pastures or rainfall planting. It is important to note that the impact of drought on employment in all sectors tends to be negative. The intervention by government, mainly through the Department of Agriculture, Forest and Fisheries, including provinces, drought relief has assisted in saving some of the jobs that could have been lost due to drought. May I add to say that the Department of Land Reform also was part of this program to save jobs in giving relief to small-scale farmers to make sure that there's feed for animals. DAF, Department of Agriculture, allocated 268 million rands towards drought relief from the reportized Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program and Ilimalitsima funds, while provinces made available 173 million rands through their equitable share funding to assist farmers with animal feed and water infrastructure projects, such as facilitating drilling and equipping of stock water boreholes, distributing of stock water equipments. The following provinces made further 198 million rands from their equitable share to assist smallholder farmers during 2016-2017 year, continuing with livestock feed and water. That is Free State, KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo, Gauteng, Eastern Cape, and Western Cape. Let me say that as we speak, the part of Limpopo is still affected by drought, especially the area of Modemula, small-scale farmers are still suffering. Luckily tomorrow we're meeting as IMC to look at programs to deal with that. Ingankenza kuba ushibambo ukuthi ingasingahlangana sibuyisane ngalenkinga ndanoba silwa aphakathi ngoba abantu bakithi basokola bengajonga iqembu abakulo ngiyacela ukuthi nalenkinga yendlala sijonge sisonke ndinethemba singavana kuba silwa imfazwe enye izintwansundu enkosi.
Honorable Tongwane.
Thank you for your response, Minister. Honorable Minister, what then is your message to the farmers in light of projected continuation of dry conditions? Thank you.
Our message to the farmers is that they should remain optimistic and cautious in carrying out their farming activities, especially those in livestock, to ensure that the numbers that are in grazing areas are not going to cause overgrazing. In areas that we are going to plant, we should be careful as to which crops are we planting. And also to join our campaign to ensure that we embrace the smart climate change programs, to make sure that we don't use the methods we have used before, so that the crops we have planted can succeed. We'll make sure that as well as a department, we avail the 20% seed that is drought resistant. And we call upon farmers not to lose hope. As a department, and that departments are with them, to make sure that they are able to continue with producing food.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next is Honorable Stein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the answer, Minister. Minister, we have been asking questions about the drought since 2014. I have received a few written answers from yourself and the Deputy President about the work that your department and government is supposedly doing. You know, Minister, that last week I asked you in the Portfolio Committee to provide us with full response, written response of where boreholes has been drilled and what feed has been given to farmers. I've travelled all over the country and I can promise you that I have not seen any assistance. What we have seen is here and there a bag of food, one food bag for 20 or 30 animals that will not even help the farmers for a day. We have been told already that rain will only come in November, December, January this year, so we're expecting late rains again. According to the answer from the Deputy President, a food and nutrition security drought response plan has been developed and costed. What is the amount that government will put on the table to assist farmers more in this drought? Because the drought is not over yet. It's not only in Limpopo, it's
Your term
many
has
parts
expired,
of the
Honourable
country.
Member. Honourable Minister.
Bayatangi, Honourable Stein. I believe that tomorrow, as I said, we're meeting as the IMC. We're not limiting our approach to Limpopo. I use Limpopo because, as we speak, the situation of livestock, of small-scale farmers is still very bad. We need to find a way we can deal with that. But on the other question you are raising, we are going to meet tomorrow so that we can look at what is possible to make sure that we give farmers two things: the ability to plant where they have been under stress, as well as to make sure that we save the animals that are under stress. I may not going to be able to say that where have you been, but I can assure you, if you have been traveling with us in the provinces that we have been visiting, you would have seen that much work has been done. While there have been complaints that it was not enough, but I think farmers were very, very happy with what we have done. Northern Cape is one of those that they have done very well to make sure that farmers' animals do not die. I would plead to say, let's not use this area as an area of finding a fight with each other. Let's be able to work together to find a solution. I agree with you, you raised it. It was only a day, yesterday. And I can assure you that we'll make that report available. In areas of difference, I think that in areas of conversation, we have been able to work together. You raised the issue of proselysis. We're meeting with OPP to deal with that. And I request that as we deal with matters of poverty, with issues of unemployment, issues of access to food and nutrition, let's use less armory than our reasoning ability to make sure that we come with answers. We have met with the stakeholders. At our last meeting, while complaining about the fact that not all of them will be better off, but we have found measures and ways of assisting them, even approaching banks to make sure that soft loans are made available.
Honorable Njaisa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Minister, in the rural areas, there are many ordinary people who are very much interested in farming. These are the people perhaps who could be regarded as smallholder farmers. And they are also looking to the government now to get financial assistance. Is there perhaps any plan in place to assist these people in cooperation with the traditional leaders? Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister.
It's true that without traditional leaders, it will be difficult to work with small-scale farmers. But all of us may agree that if you are from a village, that grazing land that used to be there for animals has been taken over by housing. What used to be a land for producing food is now a grazing area. We must find then a balance of saying, how do we ensure that farmers who want to plant are not fighting with those who have got animals, who are busy with that? That's why the issue of making sure that fencing is done. We have received a number of applications. Department of Law Development and our department are working together to find extra funding. We met with the mining houses this last week to say to them, one of the clauses that are contained in the Freedom Charter is to ensure that SLA processes also benefit the labor-sending areas. And those are areas of rural areas where miners have been drawn from, who are no longer employed. We call upon them to come on board. May I say that when we were able to harvest maize in Lambas, 14 million of that money was from Anglo Platinum. And we said to them, please continue doing that, because when we hold each other's hand, we can deal with the legacy of unemployment, poverty, and all other ills. I agree with you. Maybe when you have time, we can sit together so that we can share better views that you may hold. But thank you very much for the question.
Honorable Tsabekhulu.
Ngithokoze kusihlalo wendlu. Mhlonishwa ngqongqoshe, umuntu akathokozele imizamo yomnyango ukuba wawasiza abanye babafuyi kakhulukazi emakhaya ngokuthi bakwazi ukucosha ama bales nelusane kulezi inkampani ebeziba supply. Kodwa ke umbuzo wami mhlonishwa uthi ngabe umnyango ukulandele yini ukuthi impela lezi inkampani zibanikeze ngokufaneleyo abafuyi azangagodla okunye. Kunezinsolo ezikhona emakhaya zokuthi ngesikhathi bekhipha ama bail nezitsha lezokuphakela imfuyo babe bethi abazokubanikeza konke kulindele ukuthi mabe sekufika isomiso bephinde bekwazi ubafakela. Ngabe mhlambe kwakuuhlelo lomnyango ave ukuthona imali yagodlwayo ukuze isiza abathile. Ilokho nje mhlonishwa mabe ngaphenyeka ucoshakale ukuthi kuyinto ekhona noma kuyinto engekho noma izinsolo. Ngiyathokoza.
Ngqongqoshe.
Ngiyabulela bayethe ngombuzo wakho. And I agree with you, and I'm very happy that at least you acknowledge that we did a bit, but not enough, of course, given the level of the challenge. And I can assure you, if we can be able to find that some people have used the money meant for that purpose wrongly. But enye yenkinga enkulu emakhaya asenayo process yodipha ukwazi ukuthi inkomo elalini zingaphi. As a result, if a person comes and say I've got 20 cattle, there's no way of verifying that. So we need to reintroduce a dipping system, no deeper, so that each and every village may know how many animals do they have, and we improve on the dipping processes, and be able to quantify if our fields can be able to sustain the number of animals we are having. I agree with you, Guti, let Drought is the Guti Maskulume, Slale Pantes, Bonisane, Konuguze solution. I was impressed last week to find that even grey water can be used if it is well treated, such that you deal with the bacteria like broccoli and others, so that that water can be used in areas that we can produce feed for animals. And we're going to be busy engaging the Minister of COCTA to see that we improve our processes. If we can do that, I believe we can change the lives of our people. A cat does not have to be in a field with fed. You can be able to feed them through feedlots and other measures. But amakhosi siyabonga sebenze kahle kunye nawo siyibonile inkinga recently besimemiwe sisilo samabandla ukuthi ke siyovela siyobona ukuthi yini enye engenzwayo nomhlaba ke ngiyabonga ukuthi wenziwe available ophansi kwenkosi siwusebenzise siwulime ngemvano ukondla abantu bezwe lethu.
Sanza kubonga kumhlonishwa wetekulima ngokuphendvula sesicedzile kulombuto wakhe sitawuya kumbuto lolandzelako nyalo lotawuphendvulwa ngungqongqoshe wetetimali. Babe Gordhan ngumbuto wakho lo ngobabe lesifanele uphendvule ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Chairperson. The appointment of the SAA board is done in terms of Clause 13.1 of the Memorandum of Incorporation, which requires that the board be appointed by the Minister of Finance in consultation with Cabinet. The aviation experts, Deloitte, that were appointed by National Treasury during 2015, did a review of airline boards to benchmark the skills that are typically included in the shareholder. I'm not sure who's listening, Chairperson.
Order, Honourable Member. We will come to the question asked by IN Piginini to Minister of Economic Affairs. I'm sorry about that oversight, so we'll allow Honourable Gordhan to finish with that question and we'll come back. We're on 163. Thank you.
I'm sure everybody's very patient. So let me continue. These include finance, legal, risk management, corporate governance, and human resources. A new board comprising the following non-executive directors was approved by Cabinet on 31 August 2016. The board is made up of the following people: Ms. Mieni, Ms. Shabalala, Ms. Nguduzu, Ms. Mullah, Mr. Musa, Ms. Sepamla, Mr. Buthelezi, Mr. Maluleka, Mr. Malunga, Dr. Mbata, Ms. Romano, and Mr. Peter Shiseve. The term of the new board members will be effective from the 1st of September 2016. Ms. Mieni continues as chairperson for a year to hand over ultimately to a new chairperson. And Ms. Romano, who is a chartered accountant and CFO in a listed company, is the new deputy chairperson. And the next steps that will follow, having had this decision taken by Cabinet, will be a meeting I will have with the SAA board to elaborate on the memorandum of incorporation and the obligations that they have as the new board to the ministry as a shareholder, and outline our government's expectations, which will be, amongst other things, that we don't want the kind of way in which we've conducted ourselves in this airline over the past period to continue into the future. For the board to finalize the 2014-15 annual financial statements, and I'm currently giving consideration to SAA's application for a going concern guarantee. For SAA to table the 2014-15 annual financial statements in Parliament by the 15th of September 2016, for SAA to provide the 2014-15 annual financial statements to the Hong Kong Inland Revenue Authority and Company Office by the 30th of September 2016, and SAA to share their 2014-15 annual financial statements with other stakeholders. During June 2016, National Treasury issued a request for proposal to appoint advisors to assist in exploring a merger between SAA and South African Express and the possible introduction of a strategic minority equity partner. The bid has been adjudicated jointly by the National Treasury and the Department of Public Enterprises, and it is expected that the advisors will be appointed within the next few weeks. Let me emphasize to Mr. Lee, Honorable Lee, that in the budget speech, we did not by any means use the word or intend privatization, and I quote the relevant paragraph. It seems clear, furthermore, that we do not need to be invested in 4 airline businesses as the government. Minister Brown and I have agreed to explore possible merger of SAA and SA Express under a strengthened board with a view to engaging with a potential minority equity partner and to create a bigger and more operationally efficient airline. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Lees.
Madam Chair, through you to Honourable Gordon, thank you very much for your comprehensive reply, Minister. I would just like to ask one question, follow-up question. Why did the National Treasury oppose Ms. Nyeni being reappointed to the board, and what were the reasons for such opposition?
Honourable Minister.
To Honourable Lee's, all these sorts of compositions of boards and other structures that take place in government are as a result of discussions with various stakeholders. Different views are expressed on each of the members that I've named and their merits and demerits. And the list that you see before you is the outcome of these various discussions and compromises or settlements, if you like, that we've reached so that we can get on with the job of running SAA on an efficient, effective, and above all, profit-making basis, hopefully in the near future.
Honourable Shivambo.
Chair, SAA has not had the board for a very long time. Like, there were like 2 or 3 people remaining there, running a very important institution. If it collapses, it affects the South African economy as a whole. For a very long time, there was Dudumieni, who is the chairperson of the Jacob Zuma Foundation and Trust, and 2 other people, for a very long time, unaccountable to anyone. In 2 successive years, financial statements are not submitted properly. She comes to the Standing Committee on Finance, admits that she has got no clue of what happens in the whole industry, that she's a chairperson of one of the most strategic entities for the state. What
Ask your questions, your minutes are going.
What informs the logic of cabinet of reappointing a person who admittedly says that we have actually even agreed on routes that are not profitable, that are making
your
the SAA
time
to lose
is
40
up,
million
Honourable Shavambo.
What informed cabinet
I will
to
ask
reappoint
the Minister
such a person
to respond
who's
to your
running
question.
a strategic entity down
Order.
in the way Dudumian is doing?
Honourable Minister.
Chairperson, as I said, compiling boards like this requires consideration of all the factors that I've outlined as necessary skills on the one hand, and extensive consultations and consideration to be given to each of the individuals. Ms. Nyeni has been asked to serve for another year so that there's a proper handover between the 2 or 3 individuals, 2 of whom are not there any longer, to hand over to a board. I believe we now have the right balance, and we still have the space to add 1 or 2 more people to this board. Firstly, at the skills level. Secondly, in terms of making sure that proper corporate governance processes are followed. Thirdly, to also ensure that no one individual has inordinate influence over the direction of the airline or any decision made in that airline. And I'm going to insist when I meet this board that it must behave in accordance with corporate governance rules, and that means that we don't want the business as usual approach of the past to go into the future, and the shareholder will be watching very carefully that the board as a whole works as a team and works in the interests of the airline and for no other purpose.
Honorable Hlengwa.
Ngiyathokoza Sihlalo. Honorable Minister, hindsight is always the best sight. And experience now tells us that the newly reappointed chairperson, is a one-person show. And with all your noble intentions of wanting to interact with the board, we know that that's not going to happen because she is rogue. Now, do you have full confidence in her in particular, that she is equal to the task at hand and that she'll be able to be a team player? Because under her leadership, SAA has led from scandal to scandal and failed to comply. The non-submission of financial statements, the Emirates deal, which she has said that Ubaba did not want the deal. We wonder who that Ubaba is, but it's very clear who that is. And the axing of Minister Nene, and I dare say that the current bullying that you are being subjected to all arises out of a rogue behavior. So do you have confidence that she's equal to the task? And
Honorable Member, your time is up. Honorable Minister.
Thank you.
I have full confidence that the board as a team will be working at making sure that the right things are done, and there are provisions within the Act and within normal corporate governance conduct to ensure that they be brought in line if they go out of order. And my appeal to everyone who's been appointed to this board, including Ms. Miani, is, as has been pointed out on, I'm sure, all sides of the House, that this is an important state asset. We need to get it back on its feet. We need to get it over the next 5 years or so to become financially effective and able to stand on its own feet. And above all, SAA should be spreading its wings rather than clipping its wings at this point in time. And if we do the right things and serve, as I said, national interests far more importantly than individual or sectarian interest, I'm sure that that team can actually take us in a new direction. There are strong individuals there with very good skills across the board in terms of what is required. And I would agree fully. We don't want any more scandals. We don't want any statements out there which are not in line with what is required of stable governance within an important entity like this. So Parliament has an important role to play in this regard, apart from the shareholder, to call entities like this, and others, by the way, to account and ensure they behave in the way they should be behaving, both in terms of national interest, but also in terms of the kind of financial probity that is actually required of people who are running important entities like this. If there's any bullying that I'm subjected to because of this, I'll certainly come back and let you know. Thank you.
Honorable Singh, is that a point of order?
Yes, Honorable Chairperson, a point of order. The Honorable Minister is answering a question that was not asked about the board. The question was quite specific about the chairperson of the board and the ability of the chairperson. So I don't know if we can get an answer or we accept the answer that the Minister gave us.
Honorable Minister.
No, I don't see the chairperson as this unique, all-powerful character who can do what they like. The chairperson must work in the context of a team, and decisions are made on a democratic basis in a board, not by an individual. I'm sure if we can all agree that we want the SAA board to work as a team, we want them to work in terms of the rules and the requirements of good corporate governance, then my answer is in fact the correct answer, Honorable Singh.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mandela. No? Honorable Mabe.
No, thanks, Honorable Minister. You have been working hard to stabilize the SAA, and we must commend you for providing leadership in the shortest time possible and
Order.
making sure that there is an effective board.
On a point of order.
Honourable member, can we allow the member to finish the question?
No, but I'm raising a point of order on him.
Honourable member, can you please take your seat? I'll recognize you after he has finished the question.
But if you
Honourable,
I want to clarify.
Honourable member, a mistake was made by me and I've considered on that. Can you please take your seat, Honourable Mabe?
No, thanks. I'll start from the beginning, Honourable Minister, to once more commend you for the leadership you have provided to the airline, making sure that there is a stable leadership there of the board that works as a team. And maybe go straight to my question. In retaining SAA as a state-owned national carrier, what are the economic and national interests that underpin such a position? And what can we learn from other state airlines that have successfully completed a financial and governance turnaround strategy, almost similar to what you had already spoken about, Minister?
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Well, clearly, I mean, the airline industry is replete with different types of models. I'm sure honourable members might recall a period about between 4 and 6 months ago where the US airlines said that they would contest the manner in which airlines in the Gulf region, including Emirates and others, are supported by their respective governments, and as a result of that kind of support, they're able to offer cheaper fares. They therefore become a lot more competitive than they would be otherwise. But more recently, some of that noise has actually disappeared. So we are not in a position to have that kind of subsidy if it exists elsewhere. And so what you want is a lean, mean operation which ensures that profitability is not an unimportant factor. But at the same time, if I talk to my colleague, the Minister of Tourism, he would actually say, bear in mind that South Africa has a particular geographic location, and that if we are to attract tourists here, we need our airline and other airlines to operate in a particular way. But what we want ultimately is transparency. So if we're making losses on a particular route, don't continue that route forever. Accept that there are losses and have the courage, as has been happening in recent times, to close down a route. On the other hand, if a route has a justifiable economic reason, then transparently support the airline and pay whatever you need to pay as a government for so-called developmental purposes or to gain a particular economic advantage. Secondly, as I said in my earlier response, we actually are running 4 airlines and 1 dependent airline. There's a special arrangement, for example, between SA Airlink and SAA. Now, it's time to look at some of these things and say who benefits from all of this, how old are these arrangements, and in the new way in which we want to operate, do we change all of these structures in order that we get the best efficiencies, the best synergies out of these arrangements? And thirdly, in the short time that we have, strategy matters a lot in an airline. Where do you want to operate? Where shouldn't
Minister,
you
if
operate?
you can round up.
So I think what we require, in addition to a new board, is really an experienced and effective new management team that will take this airline to new heights.
Thank you very much, Minister. We now go back to a question that I missed by mistake, question 188, which was asked to the Minister of Economic Development. Minister?
Thank you very much, and thank you to Honourable Piccinini for the question on the private healthcare market inquiry being conducted by the Competition Commission. The inquiry is looking into all aspects of private healthcare, covering the cost of hospitals, medical specialists, doctors, services such as pathology labs, and medical aids. Section 27 of the Constitution, Honourable Members, provides that everyone has the right to have access to healthcare services, and the state must take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to achieve the progressive realization of each of these rights. High healthcare costs impact on access to this constitutional right for many South Africans, and they're also a cost driver that negatively affect economic development. The market inquiry, therefore, focuses on the reasons for the high cost structure of the private healthcare industry and remedies to address these. The inquiry is chaired by someone that many honourable members here will know, namely the ex-Chief Justice of the Republic, Sandile Ngobo. The inquiry has conducted extensive research. It's allowed evidence to be led by different parts of the private healthcare sector, policymakers, researchers, public organizations, and citizens. The OECD and the World Health Organization have also made submissions. Based on some comparative research they've done between South Africa's private healthcare costs and that of wealthier OECD countries. And their submission says, and it's a very, very interesting comment, quote, South Africa spends a higher share of its national total health expenditures on private voluntary health insurance than any other country globally, 6 times the OECD average, even though it serves only 16% of the population. That is equivalent to 3.7% of South Africa's GDP, unquote. I have no doubt that this research would resonate with members of Parliament and citizens. We all have stories of very high medical and hospital costs and the rising burden of medical aid costs to address this. The impact on economic development is all too real. High medical costs push up salary and wage settlements and thus increase the overall labour costs in the economy. High costs for those without adequate medical cover impacts not only on the individual's health and quality of life, but also on their productivity. Monies diverted to medical costs are unavailable for other purchases by consumers, and money spent on medical aid subsidies by businesses reduce the stock of funds that a company has available to invest in skills for employees, in plant expansion, in purchase of new technology, or in product innovation. High medical costs, therefore, honourable members, affect economic performance and distort the distribution of national wealth. This market inquiry is part of a coordinated, wider effort by the competition authorities to combat cartels, abuse of market dominance, monopolies, and high prices in the South African economy. It is one of 3 market inquiries, the other 2 focusing on the gas industry and on the grocery retail sector, which includes shopping malls and spaza shops. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Pikinini.
Minister, what are the preliminary findings thus far? And do these findings point to weaknesses in the regulatory environment of the private health industry? Sure.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. The market inquiry is still underway at present, and the processes are, of course, independent, so it's not appropriate to anticipate the outcomes. When the work is completed, which we expect to be probably by December this year, then the report will be handed over to us, and I will make that available to Parliament. I hope, though, that the recommendations will be bold, commensurate with the extent of the problem we face. There are some areas of consensus. I think most submissions agree that healthcare costs are too high. There's difference of opinion on what causes it and what the remedies are. Healthcare, of course, honourable members, don't take place in a normal market. If you have a heart attack or you have a car accident and you're injured, you are rushed to the nearest hospital. There's no free negotiation between buyer and seller when that happens. And therefore, what economists call instances of market failure happens very often. And therefore, we're trying to work out what are the appropriate remedies to address something like this. The World Health Organization has made this point repeatedly, that there's a compelling argument for state involvement in ensuring that, in fact, people have access to health care. So I hope when the results come out, that the recommendations will be bold, they will be discussed in this august House, and we will certainly act on them. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Kado.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, Honourable Pikinini's question presumes that the competition authorities should strive to produce socio-economic policy outcomes to do with growth and employment that go beyond the realm of competition into the domain of public interest. Now, given recent criticism of your personal interventions in both the SAB Miller AB InBev merger as well as the Coca-Cola Beverages Africa merger, on the pretext of public interest concerns, can you assure this House that you respect the autonomy of the competition regulators in assessing public interest concerns in large mergers? And do you support the introduction of more specific and less discretionary guidelines for the assessment of public interest provisions? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. I would certainly say that there's no question that I respect the autonomy of the competition authorities. But I think Honourable Cardo refers to quite interesting examples. In the AB InBev matter, which has now been through the competition authority, so I can speak more confidently about it, what is it that government achieved? We achieved a commitment by the company to maintain its headquarters for the African region in South Africa. We achieved a commitment that for 5 years, the company would maintain the aggregate employment levels that it has in South Africa. We achieved that the company committed that no worker would be retrenched as a result of the merger. We achieved a commitment by the company that it would put an additional 1 billion rand up to support the emergence of small black farmers in its supply chain, to promote entrepreneurship. We achieved a commitment that the company would open up the company-funded fridges in taverns and spaza shops for competitor products. I think we should all celebrate those things. If that is what state intervention achieves, I think it's a great thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Mbata.
Thank you, Deputy House Chair. Honourable Minister, the private healthcare industry is part of the neoliberal agenda of spreading inequality in South Africa. And at the heart of this inquiry, there is something missing. It is about the dominant players in the private healthcare provision. The dominance has escalated to many other factors, such as price fixing in many areas of provision. Is there any way in which the government can reverse, in particular, the unfair dominance and the ruthless nature in which it has delivered inequality even further down to people in South Africa?
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. I think the Honourable Member makes a good point, which is that ownership concentration in the healthcare sector, particularly at the level of private hospitals, may well be contributing to spiralling costs of healthcare. The OECD study that I referred to says that price inflation in the healthcare, in the private healthcare industry, has grown faster in South Africa than any other country that it has studied. I think I would invite honourable members and organisations to make representations to the inquiry, because that is the forum where an independent body will be making recommendations to me that I can act on. I should say that the private healthcare industry has not all parts of it, has responded with eagerness on the inquiry. We've had threats of litigation step by step. In fact, one of the largest private hospital group in South Africa, Netcare, made it very clear in what was a veiled threat to the inquiry that it reserves the right to challenge the inquiry every step of the way. And it disclosed in that discussion that when the UK did a similar inquiry, the same company, that's a South African company that also operates in the UK, had spent about £9 million. £9 million. That'd be what, 200 million rand on legal costs to ensure that its point of view was properly reflected. So sometimes litigants have deep pockets. We've got to be prepared to take on vested interests. We've got to make sure that the constitutional right to healthcare is asserted by the state, and that monopolies, cartels, price fixing are in fact eliminated in the healthcare sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Hlengwa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, one must agree with you that private healthcare is holding a gun to the head of average South Africans and only providing two options. Either you pay the exorbitant prices of private healthcare or you take a chance in public hospitals. And of course, the reality is that the current state of poor healthcare in South Africa in itself has people rather going to private practitioners and paying these inflated prices. So the question is, the best deterrent, wouldn't it be for government to quicken the process of upgrading and ensuring the full capacity and functioning of public hospitals to ensure that South Africans have an option which is credible? Because as things stand now, you are obviously going to have an uphill battle of litigation, as you said, and so shouldn't we rather be diverting our attention to building up the state's capacity to be able to meet the demands which healthcare finds itself with, and to assist citizens with this option, because
Your time is up.
it is taxpayer money and
Honourable
they're
Member.
already paying twice. Thanks.
Your time is up. Minister.
Thank you very much for that question. I think I fully agree that it's important for the state to build up and support the public healthcare option. And in fact, it's on a twin track that we're working on this issue to improve healthcare. But it is, Honourable Member, very interesting what the inquiry is showing. Some of the evidence that has been led says that because of inflated prices in the private healthcare sector, it drives up the cost of public health care. When professionals and specialists are able to obtain very high returns in the private market, they bring those salary and payment expectations to the public sector. So if we were to replicate and build up the public sector based on the cost structure that we currently have in the private sector, where many of the top professionals are in fact located, it would make it unaffordable. The Minister of Health has made this point repeatedly. If we are to have a workable and affordable national health insurance system, we need to be able to do two things. Clear up the enormous quality challenges in public health and address the enormous cost challenges in private health, and find a blend in the system that makes it both affordable and improve the quality of service that South Africans can rely on. So I think it's that relationship between the two that we're also pursuing. But the main point you're making, that we must improve public health, is a fundamental element of the changes that we need to make in order to have the realization of the constitutional principle of access to health.
Thank you very much, Minister. We now move to question 189, which was asked by MP Mapulane to the Minister of Environmental Affairs, the Deputy Minister.
Chair, the National Climate Change Response Policy sets the objective, 1, effectively managing climate change impacts through interventions that build and sustain South Africa's coal, economic and environment resilience. 2, also making a fair contribution to the global effort to stabilize greenhouse gas concentration in the atmosphere at a level that avoids dangerous interference with the climate system. The policy further sets out key interventions that are needed to achieve these objectives. As part of the policy implementation process, the Department of Environmental Affairs has initiated a process of research and discussion on legal options and legal framework that would best support implementation of the policy. This work includes an analysis of existing legislation and legal options, the Paris Agreement, and the requirements of the Paris Agreement are central to this analysis. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mapulane.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. I think the Honorable Deputy Minister was responding to question 190 instead of question 189 on preparation for CITES.
Deputy Minister, would you like to respond to that 189?
I would guess then 189 would be the one on CITES, but can I just say, pardon me for that, I'm actually not ready. I'm just from hospital, and I was told now that the minister also is not well, so I just walked in. But in response to the CITES one, yes, all the necessary interventions are on par as we speak on the CITES, and just perhaps to also move away from calling it CITES for the benefit of all other members that are here. That CITES is the convention, is the convention on the prevention on endangered species, so that we would know what we are all talking about. But the question is, are we ready for it? And the answer is yes, we are.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, may I appeal to you? We did receive earlier a notice from the minister that she was not well. We were not, unfortunately, aware that the deputy minister has also just come back from hospital. I would ask if honorable members would agree with me that we allow the question to stand over and we'll deal with it on the next cluster. Thank you very much for your understanding.
Chair?
Yes, honorable member.
I don't think we have a problem with that going on to the next cluster, but can we just note our follow-up questions so she is prepared when she comes in? We don't want to get that response that, we don't know and we didn't get it. So can I just note the question for EFF?
Thank you, honorable member. Can you please take your seat?
No, Chair, but I'd like our questions to be noted because it's going to be forgotten.
I've noted you, honorable member. Let me just explain. When a question stands over, we do not make a prior notice on our follow-up questions. So I've indeed noted that next time, as the EFF, we would like to ask a follow-up question. So I do have your names here in terms of the next cluster, who were the parties that asked for the follow-up question.
Chair, the only reason I'm requesting this, right? No.
Order, honorable member. What is your point of order?
Yeah, thank you. We don't know when the minister is going to come back. And we have the ANC who are even stealing indigenous animals. And we want her to be able to go and investigate.
Honorable member.
So she can come and tell us what Supra has done with 100 million rands worth of animals. That's all. Very simple.
Honorable member.
I mean, you're stealing animals.
Can I please appeal to you to indeed take your seat? That is not how processes are undertaken when a minister is not available in the House.
Order, Chair.
So I have appealed to all of you, and I've also explained that you don't make a notice of a follow-up question when a question stands over. But we've noted the parties that already in our list had indicated. Honorable members, order, honorable member. Honorable members, I think we've all agreed that the question stands over because of the circumstances that I've explained. Thank you very much. Honorable
Honorable Chairperson, I accept your ruling. The circumstances, though, are that CITES takes place from the 24th of September to the 5th of October. And we're not going to get an opportunity to ask questions of what's going to happen in CITES and South Africa's position on some of the matters that are going to be discussed today. That's the only circumstance in this question that required us to ask follow-up.
I appreciate that, honorable member. What we can do is to consult among parties through the Chief Whip's Forum whether, given the status of this question and the need for preparation, we shouldn't negotiate that it be answered next week when there are questions, or that members of parties participate in the portfolio committee where such an issue may also be clarified. But we will consult in the Chief Whip's Forum on this matter. Thank you very much for your understanding. We now move to the next question, 191. Minister.
Sorry, Honorable House Chair.
Order, Honorable Maplane.
It does look like we have exceeded the time that has been allocated for the questions.
Order, Honorable Member Mapulane. You would appreciate that there was a question of urgent national importance that was requested and was granted by the Speaker, which preceded all the questions. So our time for finishing today is 25 to 7. So question 191 will still be covered within the time. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. The department published a report on the state of compliance to all specified elements of the Charter, as well as the aggregated state of performance. In essence, there are excellent corporate citizens in the mining industry who have fully embraced transformation as not only a compliance matter, but a business matter that truly secures long-term development and sustainability of the industry. Having said that, there are also corporate citizens who have propensity to tick the box for compliance sake, whilst others have failed to comply with the minimum requirements. On the latter, the prescripts of the law is quite clear, and the steps are being actively pursued for corrective action, with the ultimate aim of possible withdrawal of the right, in the event that a non-satisfactory response is secured. The challenges experienced by mining right holders that did not meet the target include, albeit but not limited to, a different interpretation of the compliance requirements, especially relating to the material attributes of empowerment, and in this regard, some affected and interested parties have organized themselves to seek a judicial interpretation. Others have experienced challenges of access to land and other resources within local municipalities in order to implement their commitment to transformation and aligning with the objects of the mining charter. Some have a total misconception and or an ideological predisposition that is inconsistent with the transformation intention. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Estersen. Ersteyezen.
It's me. Thank you, Chair. We all would have understood if this minister was no longer in the House. Honourable Minister, won't you agree that a challenge, or rather the consequences for the industry of the department's interpretation of the Charter has been severe in the destruction of the remaining investors' appetite and confidence for South African mining equities and reducing of capital allocation by mining companies? This would translate into reduced production and staff, which would put further strain on community and employee-employer relations. What is your department doing to mitigate these effects?
Minister.
No, thanks, Honorable Chair. It is our view as the department that Freedom Charter is one critical transformational aspect of the country, and we are not in a position to compromise that. However, we are engaging with stakeholders in reviewing the mining charter to ensure that every interested parties are taken on board in ensuring that we take South Africa forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nyambi.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, the mining charter also stipulates that mining companies are required to have at least 10% of its workforce represented by women. Since the dawn of democracy, many mining companies started employing women. However, in some companies, the progress has been very slow. What has been done to ensure that mining companies comply with the 10% representation of women? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you for the beautiful question, Honorable Member. The introduction.
Order, Honorable Members. Indeed, it's a very gender-sensitive question. Minister, can you answer?
Thank you once more, Honorable Member. The introduction of regulatory reforms in mining by the glorious movement of the people, the African National Congress, guided by its founding values of non-racialism, non-sexism, has made significant progress. To achieve this, we have applied such instruments of transformational constitutionalism as mining charter, which is deeply rooted in the principal act of the MPRDA. This is evidenced by the advancement of women in mining having grown from an insignificant proportion below 1% in 2004 to slightly above 10% to date. Nevertheless, women remain grossly underrepresented, especially in the upper echelons of management. This matter is being dealt with in the review of the mining charter. Watinta bafazi, watinti mbogodo.
Honorable Lorima.
Thanks, Madam Chair. The different views on the extent of compliance to the mining charter amongst mining companies underlines exactly the extent to which the mining charter is unclear, and that's one of the reasons it's being challenged in court. Now, Minister, you've avoided answering my question as to whether you will wait for the courts to decide on the charter before passing the MPRDA, which contains the mining charter. Now, if the charter is overturned and the industry has to cope with more legislative uncertainty, we will lose investment and we'll lose jobs. So, Minister, if the charter is overturned, will you apologise to this House for wasting its time? Will you apologise to workers who've lost their jobs? And will you then resign?
Honourable Minister.
Thanks, Chair. The Honourable Member must live with the fact that he is not in a position to make me resign. And it must get into his head. As a member of the Portfolio Committee, Honourable Lorima should be able to assist us to take South Africa forward. Every now and then, when the member stands up, he is fond of threatening us with court actions and legal matters. I think I want to humbly request to the Honourable Member that let's work together in the interest of the people of South Africa and ensure that tools as the mining charter that have been created by the people of South Africa to deal with the imbalances of the past are supported by all of us. In our time, as the department, we will ensure that instruments such as the mining charter and other transformational instruments are being activated and we implement them.
Honourable Shubambo.
Thanks, Chair. You know, I think it's a universally accepted principle that legal instruments or laws that do not have consequences when violated are meaningless. They mean nothing because you can say this is what must be done, and if it's not done, nothing happens. I think that is what defines the mining charter and all these so-called transformation charters. Business, labor, government agree on a set of principles of what must be achieved, and it doesn't get achieved. An absolute number of commitments that were in the mining charter were not achieved. And instead of acting on those companies, government is going to shift the goalpost to say that they are now going to be achieved in 2030. It was said that by 2014, 26% of the mines must be owned by historically disadvantaged individuals. And it never happened. So many commitments were not met. What different intervention are you going to make with a mining charter that will make sure that there are certain implementable programs that are going to have consequences if they're not being obliged to?
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Shivambu, for a very good and constructive question. We are making good progress in terms of beefing up where we think in the past we have been found wanting. One of the issues that we have talked and engaged on with the sector, for an example, is an issue of aligning our programs, social programs to be specific in this case, so that we don't duplicate and we can be able to say, what are we going to achieve when? You'll also bear testimony to the fact that since we arrived at the department, there has been a lot of noise in terms of how we regulate the industry when we are not happy, specifically speaking, in issues of health, where we have not failed to ensure that once we're not happy, we apply the law to its letter. We're making good progress. We acknowledge the fact that at some points we have been found wanting, and we are closing those loopholes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
House Chair.
Yes,
on a
Honorable
point of
Matthias.
order. The minister, the fly-by-night minister, has
there is
admitted
no
that the
reference
quality.
to characterizing the minister. Can you please come to the question, Honorable Member? What's your point of
He has
order?
admitted that the question by Honorable Shivambu. It's a good
Honorable
question.
Member, what is the point of order?
Can you please give a corresponding
Honorable
answer
Member,
as good as the question?
thank you, Honorable Member. The minister has indeed said that where they have been found wanting in terms of the legislation as order, Honorable Member. Order. Honorable Minister responded to the question of Honorable Shivambu. Honorable Shivambu gave a background on what are the challenges, and she's responded and admitted that yes, they are, so they are making progress in strengthening the legislation so that it can have consequences. Honorable Minister, thank you. The time allocated for question has expired.
On a point of order.
Outstanding replies received will be printed in Hansard.
On a point of order, Honorable House Chair.
Yes, Honorable Member, what is the point of order? But the question time has been concluded.
Yes. Thank you for indulging me. Honorable House Chair, earlier on in our session this afternoon when the Speaker was in the chair,
yes,
the Chief Whip of the majority party, the DA.
Honorable Member.
The majority opposition party. The
Honorable
DA.
Member, what is the point of order?
Yes. I'm coming to the point of order. Don't be too excited. The chief whip of the majority opposition party, the DA, Mr. Steenhuisen, was guilty of gross disorderly conduct, and I want to
Honorable
request
Member.
that I want to request that the presiding officer must look at Hansard and have the matter.
Honorable Member. Honorable members, can we please take your seats? I have closed the question time. The matter that you have raised on the point of order will be referred to the Speaker for the issues you have raised. I would ask if you can put them in writing so that the appropriate structure would look at it and see whether it's a matter that needs to be dealt with. Because that matter happened in the earlier section, and I would have appreciated if it was raised at that time. Honorable Shibambo.
Chair, but it can only be, Honorable Chair, may I?
Honorable members, order.
I'm the one who's noted now.
Honorable members, can you please take your seats? Honorable members, we have dealt with the issue and we've agreed that when there is a grievance from a member on something that has happened, you will write to the Speaker and it will be referred to the appropriate structure. Can we please move on the next question?
It's not a grievance, Honorable Chair.
You are asking that
it's a point of order that must be on Hansard.
Honorable
so
member.
Be followed up.
Honorable member. The point order.
I'm noted.
Order. I'll recognize you. Can you please take your seat, both Honorable Steines and Honorable Shibambo? Honorable Makwetla, you have raised your point of order, and I've said the matter occurred earlier on, and it should have been raised at the time. However, you can still put it in writing to the Speaker, and the Speaker will be able to respond to that matter. And I think let's move on that question, Honourable Member. Honourable Steenhuisen.
Sorry, are you ruling that it's not a point of order because the member is in violation of Rule 92.2?
Honourable members, can I please manage the House? As indicated, if there is anyone who has a grievance on a procedure on a matter that happened at a particular time and at that time it wasn't raised, the member has a right to write formally. Honorable Shibambo.
No, Chairperson, I think that it's not the first time that Mr. Makwetla is doing what he's doing today. He relapses and wants to raise a point of order on things that happened earlier or yesterday or 2 days ago or 3 days ago, or you'll even raise a point of order on things that happened in 1970.
Honorable member.
Because that is what he's going to.
Thank you very much.
The rules are clear that if a point of order is raised, it must be on things that are occurring then.
On a point of order
of the past. So it must be called again
on a point of order.
Permanent point of order that he must never ever
take your
do
seats?
that.
Honorable members, can you please allow us to proceed with the business of the day? Honorable Steenhuisen, I've noted your point. Can I please ensure that we pass on this matter? There is no point of order that is recorded as a point of order. All what I've said is if a member has a grievance on an issue, honorable member, in any of our proceedings, if I feel aggrieved, I've got a right to write to the Speaker and address the Speaker on any matter. That's why I've not taken it as a point of order for the record. Can we please proceed? Honorable Waters.
Chairperson, thank you for recognizing me. If I could refer your attention to Rule 92.2, and if I can read it, please.
Order, honourable member. I've granted a point of order to the honourable member.
It's the rules the ANC members voted for.
Can you please read, honourable?
Thank you.
Yes.
A point of order must be confined only to a matter of parliamentary procedure or practice, or a matter relating to unparliamentary conduct as defined, and must be raised immediately when the alleged breach of the order occurs. The honourable member from the ANC has got up over 3 hours later on a point of order.
Order.
Secondly, there's no rule, because he failed to get up on a point of order when the incident happened.
Point of order.
Order, honourable members. Honourable Makwetla.
Will you
Honourable Makwetla, can you take your seat?
Thank you.
Honourable Member Waters.
Yes. Secondly, Chair, because the Honourable Member failed to take the point of order when the incident occurred, he has forfeited his opportunity to raise it and have the matter referred to the Rules Committee, all for a ruling to be made by a presiding officer. So he's forfeited that.
Honourable members, that is why I said there is no point of order. And I've clarified to Honourable Makwetla that the matter he raised, he should have raised it at the time of its occurrence. Can we please proceed? I will now ask the Secretary to read the next order.
Consideration of recommendation of a person for appointment as public protector.
Honourable M. Khoza.
Chairperson, may I rise on a point of order?
What is the point of order, Honourable Singh?
Chairperson, the normal practice that we agreed in the Chief Whip's Forum and the Programming Committee is that when we've done with questions, oral questions, we deal with written questions that have stood over. And I don't think we've come to that point of 30 minutes to be allowed for that process.
Order.
House Chairperson, we had a meeting of the Rules Committee that took place last Thursday. I think the Honourable Singh was represented by Honourable on Tuesday. Van der Merwe, yes. There was agreement that we, while we are sorting out the various processes, would hold these type of questions in abeyance, and with the understanding that when we came back in the new term, we would start immediately with the new system.
Thank you very much. Honourable Member, we apologise for Honourable Singh that you might not have received that briefing, but that's how the matter was resolved in the Rules Committee on Tuesday. Honourable Khoza.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honourable House Chairperson. Honourable members, it is humbling to table a report of the Ad Hoc Committee on the appointment of the Public Protector 2016. This House gave this committee until the 31st of August 2016 to submit this report. Madam House Chairperson, we did as mandated. The report was submitted on the 30th August 2016. Honourable House Chairperson, consistent with the provisions of Section 193, subsection 5 of the Republic of South African Constitution, Act 108 of 1996, which stipulates the multi-party character of this committee entrusted with this very important responsibility of identifying a suitably qualified person who is a fit and proper with the demonstrable abilities to act independently without fear, favour or prejudice. The committee has remained true to this provision. The recommendations that we are tabling on the 7th day of September 2016 is a consensus candidate by all political parties, excluding the Democratic Alliance, which resolved to reserve its position. Of critical importance, Chairperson, this process marked the strengthening of the social contract we have with the citizens of the Republic of South Africa. The public interest in this process was unparalleled. The candidate we are tabling for the consideration by this House stems not only from the ad hoc committee deliberations, but from the members of the public who made it clear who they wanted. It gives me the great pleasure, Madam Chairperson, to announce that South African democracy is becoming stronger each day. Our citizens expect us to carry their mandate. As such, Madam Chairperson, all political parties, except for only one, were persuaded by this esteemed call from our people. Each party had to reconsider whatever standpoint they had. Collective leadership, a high sense of democratic responsibility, and respect for the will of the people prevailed. Chairperson, the list that we had initially of candidates was about 78, which was double the number that we had during the 2009 process. This list came down to 59 after after other candidates pulled out from the race to become South Africa's Public Protector 2016 to 2023. Chairperson, this committee held 7 meetings, and it is important to acknowledge and to thank all the parties because we held this process during a very, very difficult season, the local government election season. Yet the political parties made an effort to make sure that they participated fully in the process. Madam Speaker, the committee was guided by the relevant constitutional and statutory provisions, as well as the rules of the National Assembly. In terms of Section 193, subsection 4 of the Constitution, the President must appoint a public protector on the recommendation of the National Assembly. Regarding the role of the National Assembly, Section 193, subsection 5 of the Constitution provides that the National Assembly must nominate a committee, as earlier said, constituted, as earlier said, and approved by the Assembly by a resolution adopted with the supporting vote of at least 60%, which is 240 members of this House. The committee notes in this regard that Parliament has yet to develop comprehensive guidelines for committees that are similarly tasked. The committee considered the method of previous ad hoc committees mandated to nominate persons for appointment as public protector and found that although these had developed their own processes, unfortunately they were not sufficiently documented and were not as comprehensive as the public demanded during this time. The committee, therefore, had to develop its own process to complement the applicable constitutional and legal framework and has made use of a range of tools to establish a suitably qualified candidate. Madam Speaker, House Chairperson, House Chairperson. Anyway, I'm gender unconscious. House Chairperson, the most important thing is that public participation in this process was central. This is consistent with Section 193 of the Constitution that provides the involvement of civil society in the recommendation process as envisaged in Section 59, subsection 1 of the Constitution. Chairperson, to facilitate public participation, the committee adopted the following mechanisms: the advertisement requesting nominations or applications for the position of public protector from members of the public appeared in all official languages in various newspapers throughout the country. The adverts also appeared on Parliament website. The closing date for nomination or applications was 24 June 2016. The committee, as I said, received 78 applications and 16 of which declined. On the 28th June 2016, the committee published the names of all candidates with their accompanying curriculum vitae on parliamentary website. Members of the public were given until 8 July 2016 to make submissions on the candidates. The committee received more than 100 submissions. This excludes the submissions received from Corruption Watch, which did a sterling job on each candidate. Chairperson, as you know, the Public Protector Act 23 of 1994 sets out the applicable criteria for the appointment as public protector. It clearly stipulates that the public protector must meet the fit and proper criteria and must be a South African citizen. And it also goes on into mentioning that the public protector has to be the judge of a high court or an admitted attorney or an academic who has practiced, who has been in that field for a cumulative years of more than 10 years. Chairperson, before shortlisting took place, all candidates were requested to complete a questionnaire that was based broadly on the on the questionnaire that the Judicial Services Commission makes use of in the case of judicial appointments and contained the disclosure provisions. This assisted members to ascertain the fit and proper of candidates. In addition, the committee agreed that the academic qualifications and related information of those shortlisted would have to be verified, and that Parliament should be asked to facilitate the screening process of this candidate. We do want to thank you, Honourable House Chairperson, as you actually assisted us in this process. Hence, we had the screening process that was done. The committee agreed on 4 board areas to guide members with their scrutiny of candidates, namely knowledge, skills, experience, and character. The character refers to the moral compass of each candidate, and we left it to the members to decide themselves. I have the pleasure to advise the members that the 14 shortlisted candidates, 2 of them were judges of the High Court, 2 of them were professors of law, 7 of them were admitted advocates with cumulative 10 years experience, and the 3 of them were admitted attorneys with relevant experience. Chairperson, the interviews were conducted at Parliament on the 11th August 2016, beginning at 8 a.m. and ended on the 12th August 2016 at 3:10 a.m. As the interviews were being broadcast live on Parliament's television channel, the committee agreed to interview all candidates in one sitting. This was to ensure that no candidate was able to gain an unfair advantage by following others being interviewed on television. And I do need to say, Honourable House Chairperson, that this is a process that is a learning curve. And obviously, there is no process that is perfect. And there is always a room for improvement. The committee then, after they shortlisted the 5 candidates, which included the 2 judges, Judge Cherise Erikwena, Judge Sarah John Desai, Advocate Busisiwe Joyce Mkwebane, Ms. Advocate Mvango Antoinette Lukaimane, and Professor Bongani Christopher Majola. I also do want to say that as women, we were very proud because out of the 14 that we initially shortlisted, 8 of them were women, and they were not there because of their gender orientation. They were there on merit. Chairperson, it is therefore my pleasure, Chairperson, to state that this committee is recommending to this august House Advocate Busisiwe Joyce Mkwebane to the President for the appointment as Public Protector. This woman was phenomenal in many respects. She was the only candidate, as a matter of fact, who even remembered each question that was asked to her, and even the names of those people who asked the questions. And this is the candidate that was also supported by the members of the public. Honourable House Chairperson, I do want to say to the members that in considering this report, I would like to express our appreciation to all the political parties in the first instance for taking time in their hectic schedule during a very difficult local government election season to take part in this process. We also wanted to express our deepest gratitude to the South African public and civil society for reclaiming their space in the processes of Parliament. We also thank the members of staff for their diligence during this process. The report is tabled for your consideration. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, the question before the House is the approval of nomination of Advocate Busisiwe Joyce Mkwebane for appointment as Public Protector. Are there any objections to the nomination?
Chairperson.
Yes, Honourable Member.
The DA would like to make a declaration, please. Thank you.
I've received requests for declaration or vote. In terms of Rule 108, I will now allow one member of each political party wishing to make a declaration the opportunity to do so within the time allocation as determined by the Rules Committee. Namely, the ANC 7 minutes, the DA 5 minutes, the EFF 4 minutes, and all other parties 3 minutes. The Democratic Alliance?
Thank you, House Chair. The Democratic Alliance will not be supporting the nomination of Ms. Busisiwe Mkhwebane as the new Public Protector today. Before I deal with the reasons why not, I'd like to thank the Chairperson for running a relatively clean ship and running a relatively efficient committee. I think she did quite a good job, so well done. I want to remind the honourable members of this House what the Constitutional Court has said about the Office of the Public Protector and what its function really is. In the Nkandla judgment, the Court unanimously stated that, like other Chapter 9 institutions, the Office of the Public Protector was created to strengthen constitutional democracy in the Republic. To achieve this crucial objective, it is required to be independent and subject only to the Constitution and the law. It is demanded of it to be impartial and to exercise the powers and functions vested in it without fear, favour and prejudice. The constitutional safeguards in Section 181 would be meaningless if institutions purportedly established to strengthen our constitutional democracy lacked even the remotest possibility to do so. The Public Protector is therefore one of the most invaluable constitutional gifts to our nation in the fight against corruption, unlawful enrichment, prejudice and impropriety in state affairs, and for the betterment of good governance. For this reason, our Constitution conceived of a way to give a voice, especially to the poor and marginalised, and teeth that would fight corruption and abuse effectively, and that is the Public Protector. Yesterday in the McBride matter, the Constitutional Court found that independence primarily means that the anti-corruption body should be shielded from undue political influence. To this end, genuine political will to fight corruption is the key prerequisite. Bearing in mind the direction provided by the highest court in our country, the DA cannot support the nomination of Ms. Mkhwebane for the following reasons. Her appointment would be unreasonable, as she was by no means the best candidate for the position and was illogically preferred over other qualifying candidates. She has little or no practical experience to justify such an appointment when compared with the experience of the other candidates. She was employed by Home Affairs as a director immediately prior to this process being initiated. She changed employment in June 2016 and went to the State Security Agency as an analyst. When asked in the interview why she had changed jobs for what is ostensibly a demotion, her reply was that she was passionate about the Constitution. Well, this is a noble value to hold, but it alone does not make her eligible for the position or separate her from other more qualified candidates. And more worryingly, we have been advised that the time spent as an immigration officer in China is highly suspicious, having been informed that there is simply coded language for being on the payroll of the State Security Agency. In the absence of a logical explanation for what is seen as a demotion, the ineluctable conclusion is unfortunately that Ms. Mkhwebane is on the payroll of the State Security Agency. This situation is problematic, and in the current climate in the country where the justified view is held that President Jacob Zuma is abusing state departments, the SSA in particular, to hang on to power at all costs, we hold the view that the Public Protector cannot be seen to be even remotely connected to the State Security Agency. While this doesn't make Ms. Mkhwebane the worst candidate, it does not make her the best candidate either. Additionally, Madam Chairperson of the Committee,
Honourable members.
She could not confirm that she had acquired any combination of experience for a cumulative period of at least 10 years as demanded by the Constitution. Other issues that gave rise to concern and move us to be unwilling to support her nomination are the following. Both Judge Wiener and Professor Madola were stronger candidates in terms of experience and in terms of the quality of the interviews. Professor Madola as a candidate brings the added bonus of his involvement in the special tribunal in Rwanda. He has had a certain distance from the government in South Africa, while Ms. Mkhwebane has stated on record that she wants to have a more friendly relationship with government. With the ever-present danger of state capture by the President, and the fact that all independent institutions with an investigative capacity have already been captured, leaving only the Office of the Public Protector and the judiciary relatively untouched, It is of enormous importance to ensure that and secure that the appointment of the new public protector is beyond suspicion. We therefore view the single-minded support of Ms. Mkhwebane as unreasonable. The DA believes in the rule of law and stopping corruption. To this end, we have worked tirelessly during this process to appoint the new public protector, to ensure that the best person is appointed to serve the interests of the people. We should also remember that Ms. Madonsela was vilified by the ANC inside and outside of this House. To those supporting Ms. Mkhwebane now, saying she must find her own moral compass, accused Ms. Madonsela of being arrogant, a law unto herself, and a spy, do not for one moment lose sight of the fact that the Honourable Sophomoric Deputy Minister of Defence called Trudy Madonsela a CIA plant and accused her of undermining the ANC. We cannot risk
Honourable
another
Member, your
encounter.
time has expired.
We cannot risk these principles, and we cannot support the nomination of Ms. Mkhwebane.
Order, Honourable Members. Order. Honourable Shivambu. Order, Honourable Members.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The Economic Freedom Fighters supports the appointment of Advocate Busisiwe Mkhwebane as the Public Protector of South Africa. We believe that she did decidedly better than all the candidates that came for the interviews in the process of selecting a public protector for the next 7 years in South Africa. We're particularly impressed by her understanding of the independence of the Public Protector's Office, that it is only accountable to the Constitution, and of course administratively accountable to Parliament. We're also impressed by her experience and familiarity with the Office of the Public Protector, having worked there before for more than 5 years, established offices during her tenure as an employee in the Office of the Public Protector. We think that quality is going to make her capable to hit the ground running when she takes over office. But also we're impressed by her commitment and determination to make the Office of the Public Protector accessible, meaning that the people of Mhlabuya Lingana, the people of Malamlele, the people of Jozini, the people of Emadlangeni, the people of Gekeng are going to have access to the Office of the Public Protector because she has got the most believable and practical plan on how the people can gain access to the Office of the Public Protector. But also she said herself that she is not politically affiliated and does not have any relations with any politicians. If that information is covered to be not true, the EFF will go for judicial review because we have appointed her on wrong information. So we believe what she said, that she is not politically affiliated and that she does not have any relations with any politician. So we believe the presentation that she gave us. We are going to ask few things from her. Number one is that Public Protector Mkhwebane must serve with integrity and consistency. Number two is that he must not be captured by politicians. Never sell your soul to politicians, particularly the incumbent government, because soon they are not going to be in government. In 2019, majority of these people whom you think are senior in government are not going to be government of South Africa. They're going to be opposition, so it will not help you with anything. But also, you must be humble. You must have the temperament that you demonstrated during the interview process. You must not be easy to be angered by anyone because there will be lots of criticisms that are going to come your way as a public protector. Those are the things that we are asking from you. But also want to use this opportunity to pay tribute to Advocate Thuli Madonsela for a job well done. She has done very well as a public protector. She indeed became the biblical David who fought the most powerful and the well-resourced Goliath, and she emerged victorious. We have since written to the Speaker of the National Assembly that in terms of Rule 62, we should invite Advocate Thuli Madonsela to come and address this House because we can take a resolution to do so. So she must be allowed to bid farewell and give certain advices to public administrators, to politicians, on how do we avoid circumstances where we are going to misuse public resources. We're going to avoid the undue benefits. We're going to avoid undue delays in the provision of services. I think we must give that opportunity to the outgoing public protector. But we support the advocate Busisiwe Mkhwebane as the incoming public protector. We've got faith in her. We're going to work with her. Where we disagree, we disagree.
Your
Thank you
time
very
is
much.
now expired. Thank you. The Honourable Professor Nsimang. Order, honourable members.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. The rigorous process of selecting a successor to the current public protector was characterized by two important features: transparency and public participation. To ensure transparency, everything about the applicants and nominees, including their applications and profiles, was published online and in the traditional media. To ensure public participation, members of the public were invited to participate early on in the process. We went further and we invited all citizens to attend our interview sessions and also to watch these on television and other media. We ended up with 59 applicants and nominees, which were rigorously screened and reduced to 14 that were eventually interviewed. The interviews whittled the candidates from 14 to 5, from which came the selected candidate, Busisiwe Mkhwebane. The chairperson of the ad hoc committee, Dr. Makosi Khoza, guided us to adopt 3 principles of procedure. These were to ensure openness and objectivity. Firstly, all candidates would be interviewed on the same day to guarantee that no candidate had any advantage over any other. In practice, this led to a marathon interview process, which, although I had initially supported, with hindsight, I now realize that it was not necessary, as each candidate had her or his distinguishing traits, which resulted in different style of questioning. Secondly, members of the committee were given latitude to question candidates on all negative comments on their character, particularly those that had led to disciplinary action or litigation. This gave the candidates the opportunity to respond to disparaging comments in line with our alteram partem maxim, which forms the cornerstone of our jurisprudence. As a person who actually shortlisted Advocate Mkhwebane, I accordingly reject in the strongest terms disparaging comments on her character which have been posted by the DA on the social media. We are not prepared to entertain such without substantive proof being submitted before the proper forums, and at this stage we accordingly give Advocate Mkhwebane the benefit of the doubt. Thirdly, we resolved to reach our conclusion through consensus, only resorting to voting only if consensus failed. All these were efforts to ensure that we present this August House with a candidate who is in the same league
Honourable
as
Member,
Advocate
your time is now
Madonsela.
expired.
And that candidate is Advocate Busisiwe Mkhwebane. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The NFP.
Honourable Chairperson, members of the House, guests in the gallery, the National Freedom Party supports the recommendation of the ad hoc committee to nominate a person for the position of the public protector tabled here today. We are saying, Malibongwe, igama lamakhosikazi. Chairperson, we participated in the lengthy process and we concur with the chairperson of the ad hoc committee that Advocate Busisiwe Joyce Mkhwebane is a fit and a proper candidate to be appointed to the position of a public protector. The NFP believes that Advocate Mukwebane is a well-experienced, well-educated, brave, intelligent young female who must be supported and be given a chance. Overall, we are highly impressed with the extraordinary depth of experience and capacity of all the candidates who were shortlisted, and coming to a final decision was not easy. The Office of the Public Protector has come of age in South Africa, and it will be remiss of us not to acknowledge the enormous contribution which the outgoing Public Protector, Advocate Tima Donsela, had made during her term of office to establish the independence of this valuable Chapter 9 institution. Under her guidance, Advocate Madonsela has accelerated the workload of the Public Protector's Office and cast the net of accountability wider than what it ever had been before. Through her resolve and determined dedication, she fiercely upheld the trust which had been placed in her, and in doing so has earned the respect and admiration of the general public and enhanced our emergent democracy, setting a high standard for all else to follow. The new Public Protector indeed has enormous challenge ahead, and it is one which will have to be met head on. We have no doubt that there will be enormous pressure brought upon the government to compromise on the independence of the Office of the Public Protector. And we have, as we've seen happening to Advocate Madonsela, we implore the new Public Protector to stand firm against such an onslaught and to continue serving the interests of democracy above all other consideration without fear or favor. I thank you. We support Advocate Busisiwe Joyce Mkhwebane as a new Public Protector of the Republic. And we are positive that the President will indeed sign her in as a new Public Protector of the Republic. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Kwankwa.
Thank you, House Chair and Honourable Members. This debate on the appointment of the new Public Protector takes place when government institutions that are supposed to serve our people have been captured by powerful private interests whose primary preoccupation is private gain. And this is sadly beginning to shape the institutional trajectory of our nation. We are therefore compelled to take steps to strengthen our Chapter 9 institutions in order to ensure that they are independent, they exercise and perform their functions without fear or favor, and are subject only to the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. The Office of the Public Protector is one such office and is in fact critical in ensuring democratic accountability. These were our guiding principles in deciding who should succeed the current Public Protector, Advocate Thulima Donsela, who in our view has served our nation with distinction in this role. Fellow South Africans, after careful consideration, the UDM has decided to support the appointment of Advocate Busisiwe Mkhwebane as Public Protector of the Republic of South Africa. Not only did she emerge as one of the top candidates during the interview, Advocate Mkhwebane, with her experience, also worked as a senior investigator in the Office of the Public Protector for 6 years, which means that she has a good understanding of the operations of the office. Some have asserted that she is unknown, which is true, but so was Advocate Thulima Donsela when she took over that position. Fellow South Africans, we should not make it a crime for our people to work in government departments. Unless there's evidence of wrongdoing on her part, or that she has used a position in state security to advance the interests of some other faction of the ruling party, the UDM does not see how we can hold her working for state security against her. Bendithetha nomongameli wami uthi umzekelo abantu abangayi-understand into ye-security bayalibala ukuthi aba bantu bane-clearance ithetha ukuthi bathembekile and bayawazi umcimbi and they work for the interests of all South Africans. In addition to that, state as a concept is an inclusive concept, very inclusive. Would have a problem, for instance, if people were to say she worked for government security rather than state security, because state security you have to work for everyone. Colleagues, let me remind you that we were wrong on Judge Mukhweng and on INC Chairperson Mr. Glenn Mashinini. We believe that their perceived close proximity to President Zuma would jeopardize their independence. On the contrary, these compatriots have proven to be great leaders who are committed to the cause of nation building. However, in their cases, we could find solace in the fact that we erred on the side of caution. Fast forward to Advocate Mkhwebane. Without evidence of wrongdoing on her part, or a clear link between her and President Zuma, on what basis would we block her appointment as the public protector?
Honourable Member, your time has now expired.
Malibongwe, igama lamakhosikazi. Wathinta abafazi, wathinta imbokotho.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Bambela amasela.
The next speaker is the Honourable Mulder. Order, Honourable Members.
Honourable House Chair.
Order, Honourable Members.
This is a serious matter. The appointment of the Public Protector is always a serious matter, but I would like to start off in lighter vein, perhaps, given the late hour of the day. I think opposing the appointment of the Public Protector reminds me of a story about a person who was very ill. And the person was allegedly on his deathbed, and the priest wanted him to denounce the devil. But the person refused. And then the answer came, but why do you don't want to denounce the devil? And the answer came and it said, it's not a good time to make new enemies. Now, with all due respect to my colleagues, we all understand that the Chapter 9 institutions are very important. They are the cornerstones in terms of strengthening and consolidating our democracy. Very important in that respect. And we understand that perhaps there's a flaw in the Constitution because the Constitution clearly states that you only need 60% for the appointment of the Public Protector. And we all know that that means you need 240 votes. The ruling party by themselves have 249 votes. So technically speaking, the ruling party could have appointed any person they like in terms of the provisions of the Constitution currently. Preferably, the Public Protector should be appointed unanimously by all. That is the preference I think would be the best to send a strong message out there. But obviously, we respect the position by the Democratic Alliance, and let's be honest, there are certain concerns. But it's difficult at this stage to say that those concerns should override the other reality. Sometimes in die politiek moet jy 'n keuse maak tussen sleg en slegter. And I think today we're in such a position. Obviously, we would have preferred to have a different candidate perhaps, but that's not the reality. In terms of what's in front of us, we have to take a certain decision. So, Chairperson, we will support, obviously, the appointment of the person proposed by the ad hoc committee. But if there's one office that has been scrutinized more than all the other Chapter 9 institutions, that would be the office of the Public Protector in the last couple of years because of things that happened in South Africa. And there is no such clarity in terms of what is expected of that office, in terms of what the Constitutional Court said, in terms of the interpretation of the provisions in the Constitution, that person will have to act in that manner, and we will be focusing on that and scrutinize the new Public Protector to make sure that she do what is expected of her in that sense. One person at the right time and right place can make a difference. And Thuli Madonsela made that difference. We all know that. Time will tell if Advocate Busiswe Mkhwebane will make also a difference. Let's see, wait, and see what happens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Honourable Carter.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, at the outset, the Congress of the People expresses its sincere appreciation to Advocate Thuli Madonsela for the competent, impartial, ethical and courageous manner in which she exercised her powers and performed her functions as the Public Protector, without fear, favour or prejudice, and in the face of unwarranted intimidation and abuse by the ANC, the Executive and the ANC cabal within this House. The fact of the matter is that Advocate Madonsela was never the enemy of the Republic of South Africa or a foreign agent, as some have painted her. She was mandated by the Constitution to investigate any conduct in state affairs or in public administration in any sphere of government that was alleged or suspected to be improper or to result in any impropriety or prejudice. It is the conduct of those that she investigated and found against who are the enemy of our country and its people. As Cicero said, and I quote, "A nation can survive its fools and even the ambitious, but it cannot survive treason from within." Speaker, the Congress of the People commends the role played by civil society groups, particularly Corruption Watch, who sensitized the public regarding the role and the importance of the office of a public protector, and in the fitness or otherwise of the candidates considered for this position. The committee has also proved that the members can burn the late-night candle, and we are thanking them for a job well done. Speaker, the Office of a Public Protector stands between good and bad governance and between ethical conduct and the abuse of power with impunity. In our opinion, there are South Africans with integrity, gravitas and standing who could be considered for the office and who could be trusted with exercising the powers and performing the functions of the public protector without fear, favour or prejudice. Advocate Madonsela leaves very big shoes to be filled. There are questions hanging over Advocate Mkhwebane's head that have not been adequately explained, if they can be explained at all. And as a nation, we cannot continue to appoint people to positions of trust where there are unresolved concerns about their integrity and bona fides. Chair, as a consequence, COPE will abstain from the recommendation that Advocate Mkhwebane be appointed as the new public protector. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Honourable Chaisa.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair.
Order, Honourable Members.
We as AIC also support the appointment of this great woman of Africa. Being a public protector is not a child's play. This woman seems to be a woman who can work with the ordinary people with ease. She has got leadership qualities. She's a woman of great integrity. She's learned and has got a lot of experience. She seems not to be a yes pass. Of course, she'll do exactly as her predecessor or even more. She does not seem to be corrupt. Of course, many were called, but one has been chosen. We wish this great woman good luck and appreciate the fact that she is going to be appointed to such a high position as a woman. We also wish that now many women should be appointed to these high positions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Swart.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP would firstly like to commend the chairperson of the committee, Dr. Khoza, for the open and transparent manner in which this process was conducted. The level of public participation was unparalleled and unprecedented, and our thanks also to all those that contributed, Corruption Watch, for their extensive research on each and every candidate. And so this process enjoyed incredible public interest and scrutiny, mainly given the incredible work that Advocate Madonsela has done up to now and the large shoes that had to be followed. She was indeed, as the Constitutional Court said, one of the true crusaders and champions of anti-corruption and clean governance, and we believe that she should be thanked properly and in due time. Now, although the chairperson indicated that the majority party was seeking a consensus candidate, and we from the opposition were also trying to do that, it appeared from the beginning that they favoured Judge Desai. And once all the interviews had been conducted, a short list of 5 names was drawn up. And while objections were raised against other candidates, at that stage, no one objected to Advocate Mkhwebane. It is also important, and that doesn't mean you can't object later, but it is also important to remember that she was nominated by the IFP, and she seemed to us to be that possible consensus candidate to bring all the parties together. And at that stage, we were fully aware of the fact that she'd been employed by State Security for just 1 month. But there was another candidate on that short list of 5 members who'd spent 6 years at State Security, and no one seemed to have a problem with that. So we sit now with allegations which, if proved to be true, are very serious. Because if it is true that years ago Advocate Nkobani worked for state security, then she misled Parliament. And of course, there can be recourse to the courts. But at this stage, we would like to give her the benefit of the doubt. She had an excellent interview and is an exceptional and outstanding candidate. And of course, there are also sufficient safeguards to ensure that the Office of the Public Protector is not compromised. The court has clarified the duties. We've got the own staff that will be watching. We've got the media. We've got civil society. And of course, we as parliamentarians will be watching very closely what she does and how she conducts her office, as Honourable Malema said, to ensure that there are no shenanigans in that office. And let us be reminded that there were similar objections to the Chief Justice Mogoeng. When he was appointed, the ACDP supported that nomination, and he's shown himself to be loyal to the high position he holds in the judiciary. So while we appreciate the concerns of the DA, I believe that Advocate Nkobani and the ACDP believes that she should be given the opportunity to prove herself, given that she is capable and the closest we could come to a consensus candidate. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is Honourable PLAMA.
Honourable Chair.
Order, Honourable Members.
I get lost in Yaswaka. Me cause I very kill me. Mo we mo ba relevant. So we re supporta a candidate e. Re bona re na araba profeta. A re tsebo re o ira halanka mo so re tshwantse re mo fe chance a bereke. And re gopela hore ma South Africa otlhe a fe me chance o re gatlhile ka mogo a ila araba dipotšišo ka ona le mebereko a fetileng mo yona, and then re nana re jwa mo kgweding ya bomme, and then ka tsela e re bona e le goreng ke candidate e botse e kgethilweng. Re gopela gore ka moka re mo feng supporto o tshwana le ka mogone re fa public protector Madonsela supporto ka teng. And ke tshepa gore o tlo bjanong re tlo tšwela pele re mo thege e se fefela mo fa supporto fela today ka bošura thoma mo criticize gape re sena mabaka. Ke leboga menagane Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is Honourable Binda.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Let me, on behalf of the PAC, start by recognizing the outstanding job that our outgoing public protector has done in her term of office. As a nation, we were blessed with a courageous African woman who, against any form of intimidation, could stand tall and speak the truth to authority. Honourable Chair, as a country, we need a public protector who will continue to crack the whip against any wrongdoing, especially by the authorities, like our outgoing Thuli Madonsela has done. As the PAC will remain unshaken in our deliberate program to liberate and develop women, we remain resolute with the role of our capacitated and capable female members of our society, like Umama Madonsela, and our preferred successor, Ubusisiwe Mkhwebane. As the PAC, we are glad to see another capable African woman filling in the shoes of another capable African woman, so as to continue to dispel the notion that the Africans are inferior or they are just human beings with a potential. We want to condemn any petty political grandstanding based on unfounded allegations waged against Ubusisiwe Mkhwebane. We are saying to all those criticizing that your stands belong to dirty box of history, where African women were only fit to be in kitchen girls. As the PAC, we remain resolute behind the appointment of Ubusisiwe Mkhwebane.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Gordy.
Thank you.
Order, Honourable Members.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair, comrades and Honourable Members. The APC stands to support the recommendation for the appointment of Advocate Busisiwe Mkhwebane for appointment as Public Protector. We hail the recommendation of a woman to succeed another woman purely on her capabilities. The APC congratulates Parliament for a transparent, impartial, and public process. This exercise confirms the truism that as Parliament, if we focus on the work at hand and exert ourselves properly, we can find each other, take decisions, and make choices in the best interest of the country that puts Parliament in the best light. We are convinced that the recommended Advocate Mkhwebane will consolidate on the work of a predecessor, Advocate Thuli Madonsela, and propel the work of that office to new heights. We hope that the new public protector will further enhance access, give priority to issues raised by ordinary citizens and communities, especially those in the rural areas, the farms, communities with mines, etc. This House would be celebrating the unanimous appointment of Advocate Mkhwebane, were it not for the fly in the ointment, the DA. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Bongo.
Thank you.
Order, Honourable Members, order.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. The African National Congress support the appointment of Advocate Mkhwebane. As the African National Congress, we would like to thank all the civil society organizations that had assisted the committee until today. Advocate Mkhwebane, as a candidate, has proved to be fit and proper, and she has complied with the fit and properness in terms of the legislation, the prescribed legislation. Honourable Chair, one of the considerations of the committee was that we needed a person who will hit the ground running. So Advocate Mkhwebane has proved that she has once served in the Office of the Public Protector, and she served there and acted in Gauteng as the head. So with that appointment, I think it will make sure that she is able to take from where Advocate Thuli Madonsela is going to live. In the interview, she has proven in terms of the legislation, particularly the Public Protectors Act, that says that the person who must be appointed must act without fear or favor. She has demonstrated that character in that particular interview. At Home Affairs, she has acquired various skills, general management skills and financial management skills. On the 4th of July, she was appointed by the State Security Agency, and that appointment was for until today. Honourable Chair, there are allegations that were raised by the Democratic Alliance that Advocate Mkhwebane is a spy. I want to respond and say that those allegations are contemptful, unsubstantiated, and just allegations and evidence of grandstanding and petty politicking by the DA. But this does not come as a surprise from the DA. What we want to say is the African National Congress that the Act is very clear. It does not say that the person who must be appointed must not be employed by any other agent. But as government, we need to take certain initiative to teach our people in our communities about the important role played by the State Security Agency, because its role in the main is the protection of the integrity and the sovereignty of the Republic. We want to say to the DA that they must give us evidence of what they are raising in the social media and in the papers, because all they say that there is a source that has told them. If they can't bring the source, we want to say to them it's actually themselves who are spies. Honourable Chairperson, we are not surprised by this action by the Democratic Alliance, because when President Jacob Zuma appointed the Chief Justice, they said it was a wrong appointment. Later on, they're saying it's a good appointment. When Advocate Thuli Madonsela was appointed, they said it was a wrong appointment. Later on, they attempted to co-opt her. More often in this House, Honourable Chair, when we pass very serious and important legislation like the division of revenue bills, they always decline to vote with us. And they claim that they want to represent the majority of our people. Because division of the revenue bills deals with issues of health, social grants, and so on and so forth. They don't vote, which means that they don't care about the plight of our people. President Mandela, as he then was, warned us and warned the people of South Africa about the DA. He said, and I quote, "You must not be misled by a party that only cares for black people on the eve of elections. No white party can run this country. No matter how they cover up by getting fewer blacks to be their stooges, they remain the bosses. They remain a white party." It is against
Order,
that
honourable
background.
members.
It is against this background that the DA wanted Judge Weiner at all costs, even if she could not demonstrate any experience whatsoever in the field of human rights. I would like, Chair, to thank all other opposition parties that have supported the African National Congress on this one. We would like to say to you, we have acted with objectivity. We want to thank you very much. We also want to thank Advocate Thuli Madonsela for the work that she has done.
Honourable Chairperson.
Why are you rising, honourable member?
We are not supporting the ANC chairperson. We are supporting the committee and the new public protector.
That's not a point of order, honourable member. Continue, honourable member. Order, honourable members. Order. Will you conclude now, honourable member?
Okay, thank you. I agree with him, Honourable Chair. What I was saying was that we would like to thank all other opposition parties for the objectivity that they've displayed in this process. And what I want to say finally is that the ANC is committed in building a really united, non-racial, non-sexist, and a prosperous country. ANC iyabusa, ANC isazobusa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honourable member. Order, honourable members. I now put order. Order. Order, honourable member. I now put the question. Those in favour of the question before the House will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chairperson, the DA calls for a division.
Order, honourable members. Order. Order, honourable members. A division having been called for, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes. Order, honourable members, will you take up your allocated seats, please? Order, honourable members. Order, honourable members. I would like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. And when requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed. Order. The question before the House is the approval of the recommendation for the appointment of Advocate Busisiwe Joyce Mkhwebane as the Public Protector. Are all members in the allocated seats? Yes. Voting will now commence. Those in favour of the recommendation should press the yes button. Yes. Those against should press the no button. No. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Yes. The ANC whips, can you just check on members there at the back? Make sure the names of the members are recorded. Order, honourable members. Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the result of the division is as follows. Those in favour 263, those against 79, and there's one abstention. Honourable members, order. The nomination of Advocate Busisiwe Joyce Mkhwebane is accordingly agreed to in accordance with Section 193(5), subsection BI of the Constitution. The recommendation will now be forwarded to the President for consideration. Order, honourable members. The Secretary will lead the last order of the day.
Chairperson.
Yes, honourable member.
No, just to remind yourself and the ANC that this is what would have happened in Metros if the leadership had listened.
Honourable members. Order, honourable members. Can I ask the Secretary to read the last order of the day?
Decision of question on consideration of recommendation of persons for appointment to Information Regulator.
Honourable members, I wish to remind you that on Tuesday, the 24th of May 2016, the decision of question on the recommendation of persons for appointment to the Information Regulator was postponed. The question before the House is that the following candidates be recommended for appointment as members of the Information Regulator. Advocate Pensi Tlakula, the chairperson. Advocate Lebogang Cordelia Stroom, full-time. Mr. Johannes Colin Weapent, full-time. Professor Tana Pistorius, part-time. And Mr. Sizwe Lindelo Snail Mtuze, part-time. Are there any objections? There's objections. I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chairperson, the Chair would like to make a declaration, please. Thank
It's
you.
a request for a declaration. I will now allow the parties who wish to do so to make those declarations. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Chairperson. The purpose of this newly established Office of the Information Regulator is to regulate the protection of personal information in terms of the so-called POPI Act and the access to information in terms of what we know as PAIA. The rationale behind the establishment of the regulator was that these laws require an enforcement agency which could take real action in instances of non-compliance by both public and private sector. This, Chair, as you have mentioned, is of course the second attempt to approve the names put forward by the committee after the interviews held already in April. Today we will, as earlier this year, not be able to support the proposed names and more specifically not the proposal to select Ms. Plakula as the head of the information regulator. We do not doubt her qualifications and her very relevant experience in relation to this position, but we firmly hold the view that she is not a fit and proper person to head up and hold the position of accounting officer of this office. Earlier this year, during the first attempt to have the proposed names approved, it was strongly argued that Ms. Plakula deserves a second chance and that she has duly suffered the consequences of her indiscretion in respect of the lease of offices by the IEC. Therefore, Chairperson, let's evaluate the relevant facts. Firstly, we must bear in mind that the Public Protector found that Ms. Plakula was to be blamed for improper conduct, maladministration, and in particular for non-compliance with the relevant procurement prescripts and non-disclosure and failure to manage a conflict of interest. Chairperson, in accepting this report, the Electoral Court held that Ms. Plakula, as they so elegantly put it, objectively speaking, made an untruthful statement. In light of this, let's remind ourselves of the requirement that apart from being suitably qualified and experienced, the members of the information regulator must be fit and proper. In the case of the KwaZulu-Natal Law Society versus Singh, the court explained that the words fit and proper allude to personal qualities such as honesty and reliability, a character of uncorrupted virtue. More importantly, Chair, the court in this case, on the question of whether someone guilty of misconduct should be deemed to be fit and proper to remain on the role of attorneys, formulated the following relevant test. Namely, whether the applicant was able and in fact did correctly and properly identify the particular defect in her own conduct which constituted the misconduct, and whether the relevant conduct was due to a momentary lapse in judgment or a defect in character. Chairperson, this test is indeed the test that should be applied for us to determine whether Ms. Plakula deserves the second chance advocated by members who are in favour of her appointment. Now, we are not contending that there is a flaw in the character of Ms. Plakula. But in answering the question as to whether she has indeed, in a positive way, formed an appreciation of her own misconduct and the consequences thereof, the following facts are relevant. Firstly, she never accepted personal responsibility for what happened, despite the Public Protector and the court making factual findings to that effect. She maintained this position up to the Constitutional Court, who dismissed her application for leave to appeal. Secondly, during the interviews, and this is very important for this position, she steadfastly refused to admit to any wrongdoing, rather continued the argument that she fell prey to deficiencies in the law and overreaching on the part of the Electoral Court. Does this sound like someone who has reformed sufficiently to be trusted with this position? Specifically in light of the fact that the position she is recommended for would be that of accounting officer of the information regulator. We believe not. Can we therefore as a legislator tasked with this selection in a reasonable manner appoint her as the head of this position? We believe it would be unreasonable for us to do so. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The EFF.
Nkosi Chairperson, as the EFF, we reject the appointment of Pensi Tlakula as an information regulator. It cannot be correct that just in 2014, she was found guilty of maladministration, amongst other things, by the public protector. And then us here in Parliament, we still trust her with such a huge responsibility. It will be wrong of us. It should actually be recommended that if an official or a leader is found guilty of such misconduct, is then forced to take at least 5 years of rehabilitation before they can serve in any office of government. It's too early to appoint her for any bigger responsibility after having embarrassed the country during her term of office in IEC. And her departure there was not dignified at all. She simply cannot be trusted with information of our country. Down with cadre deployment, down. Pensi Tlakula cannot serve at this point. Thank you.
Honorable Sengwa.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. We have just voted for the appointment of a public protector, and many people here went on and on, correctly so, about how the allegations against the public protector were unfounded. Here, we are dealing with a situation where the allegations were confirmed, and the proposed name of Advocate Lagula is inconsistent with rationality and sanity, because we are in effect condoning misbehavior. And this country will run down a slippery slope if we continue to condone misbehavior and there's an absence of consequences. It is this House which needs to champion discipline amongst all people in the country, regardless of who they are, regardless of who they know. So the contrast which is before us should challenge us to do the right thing for no other reason other than for it being the right thing. If the argument holds that Advocate Mkhwebane must be appointed as the public protector, and for us to negate the allegations that have been leveled against her because they've not been tested, how do we then in the same breath do something which grinds against that very train of thought? So the IFP cannot in good faith support the names proposed for the information regulator. We need to arrive at a point in this very House where we stand firm and say no to these misdemeanors. We cannot be seen to be condoning them, because if we do that, we are then going to open the floodgates. If you look at audit reports of the Auditor General annual reports, it is always the absence of consequences which gives rise to the misbehavior that we are seeing in the public service. So we must appeal to our consciences here in this House for us to be able to send a message out there that we are not going to stand for misbehavior. We must not, speak from both sides of our mouths in this House. So the IFP, in good faith, knows that this is the right decision not to support the names that have been proposed. And we question the intentions of those that have proposed. Must this person now go and bungle in the information regulator? It's your track record that judges you. And unfortunately, on a white sheet, everybody always sees the black spot, and it sticks. And we in this House cannot put bleach over it or paper over it and pretend as though it didn't happen by condoning it. So, Honourable Chairperson, the IFP will not support the proposed names. I thank you.
The NFP.
Chairperson, honourable members, the Deputy President and the Speaker. From the onset, Chair, let me say that we are fully in support of the nomination of Advocate Lebogang. From the onset, let me say that we are fully in support of the nominations of Advocate Lebogang Kodela-Strom and Mr. Johannes Colin Weport as full-time members, as well as Professor Tana Pistorius and Mr. Sizwe Lindelo Sneli Kamtuze as part-time members of the Information Regulator. However, we do not support the nomination of Advocate Pati Tlagula as a chairperson. Our objection is based solely on the circumstances surrounding her departure as a chairperson of the IEC. We acknowledge the good work she has done during her tenure at the IEC, and we accept that she does have skills and expertise which could be of benefit in establishing the Information Regulator. However, the NFP believes that we have a duty to ensure that any candidate we recommend for a senior office must be of unquestionable integrity. And unfortunately, Advocate Tlagula does not meet the stringent requirement which we believe is necessary for holding the chair of the Information Regulator. And accordingly, we cannot support the recommendations of the Portfolio Committee. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The UDM.
Thank you, Chairperson, House Chair. I think after this session, we are going to have to develop a theory around the perfectibility of men. I'm using men here in a biblical sense. If people are imperfect, they will make mistakes. By the way, the United Democratic Movement actually took Advocate Tlakula to the Public Protector. We lodged the complaint and we fought against her until we made sure that she paid the price for the mistake that she made, whether you like it or not, right? So when people refer to this matter, they're actually talking about the UDM. But the bottom line is, we have said it before, we're going to say it again. We have forgiven people who have done worse things in this country than Advocate Pense Tlakula. And the issue here is that in instances where people make mistakes, they must be given an opportunity to redeem themselves. It's as simple as that. And in this instance, I've said it before on behalf of my party, that when she was the chairperson of the IEC, we never doubted her competence as the chairperson, up until she made that mistake, which was picked up by the UDM, by the way. If we hadn't picked up that, probably you would not have known about it and should still be the chairperson. So the issue is, yes, she made a mistake. We made sure that she paid the price for it. Now we're saying give her a second chance to redeem herself. What kind of a nation are we going to be that fails to forgive people who make mistakes and yet we've forgiven people who've done worse? Nyamosha.
The ANC. The ANC. Order, honourable members. Order, honourable members.
Honourable House Chairperson, Honourable Deputy President, Honourable Members, the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services received 39 nominations and 10 candidates were interviewed to fill vacancies on the newly established Information Regulator Office. The Information Regulator is a new office that has been created by the Protection of Personal Information Act. The Information Regulator has extensive powers in terms of the legislation and will, among others, regulate both the protection of personal information and the promotion of access to information. Mr. Johannes Wepont and Advocate Lebogang Strom have been recommended to serve full-time, whilst Mr. Sizwe Snail and Professor Tana Pistorius are to serve on a part-time basis. The committee recommended Advocate Pense Tlakula as chairperson of the body. Advocate Tlakula is a deserving candidate by all means and standards. On her watch, as Chief Electoral Officer and later Chairperson of the IEC, South Africa had 4 well-managed elections, 2 national and 2 for local government. All these elections were declared as free and fair, and the IEC managed the elections in an exemplary fashion. Prior to joining the IEC, Advocate Tlhakula had served for 7 years as a founding commissioner in the South African Human Rights Commission. Her previous positions included chairing the board of the National Credit Regulator and National Director of the Black Lawyers Association. She has 10 years' experience both as a commissioner of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and as its special rapporteur on freedom of expression and access of information. I can add that only distinguished jurists on the continent can serve in that position. The issue surrounding the IEC's lease of a building and the subsequent repercussions thereof do not, in the view of the African National Congress and all right-thinking parties like the UDM, disqualify Advocate Tlhakula from holding office as the chairperson of the Information Regulator Office. The House may be familiar with the issue. The Public Protector and National Treasury found that the Advocate Tlhakula, as then Chief Executive of the IEC, together with the Executive Committee, had violated certain procurement procedures in obtaining the building. It included aspects such as not advertising the tender for long enough and not obtaining official permission from the Commission at the time to re-advertise the bid. But these issues are not material issues that can detract from the integrity of the person of Advocate Tlhakula, and therefore these issues are irrelevant and not ground for disqualifying her. Various political parties across the board have said at the time that there was no evidence that Advocate Tlhakula had ever benefited personally from the process. According to media reports, the irregularities had been discovered by 2011, disclosed in the IEC's financial statements and reported to Treasury. So there was no attempt to hide anything, and therefore there is no basis for the suggestions that are being made by the DA and others. Advocate Tlhakula has an impressive set of qualifications, including BProc, LLB degree from VETS, as well as an LLM degree from Harvard University. She is the right person for the job. Civil society activists have also come out in support of Advocate Tlhakula, as Mukeleni Dimba, the executive director of the Open Democracy Advice Center, correctly argues in a recent article, and I quote, "The information regulator is going to be a critical institution in advancing transparency and information rights in the country. We need to get it right from the start. What is needed is someone with extensive experience in building pro-democracy and human rights institutions, someone with expertise in issues of promotion of access to information and a champion of the right of access to information." Advocate Tlhakula represents all these attributes. Honorable members, let me tell you that as chairperson of this committee, I gave all opposition parties more time than usual to say all the things that they were worried about. They could not say anything of substance, and therefore to try and use this forum to define the meaning of fit and proper person is out of order, and Honorable Breitenbach's definition of fit and proper was actually not a correct definition in law. Thank you very much.
Order, honourable members. Order. Are there any further declarations? No further declarations. I now put the question again. Those in favour will say aye, and those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chairperson, the DA calls for division.
A division having been called for, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes.
No, he voted once. Remember, there was only one. This is the second.
Honourable members, will you take up your allocated seats, please? Thank you. Honourable members, I would like to remind you that you may only vote from your allocated seat, and when requested to do so, you must simply indicate your vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the session is closed. The question before the House is the approval of the recommendation for the appointment of Advocate Pensit Lakula, Advocate Lebogang Cordelia Stroom, Mr. Johannes Colin Weapent, Professor Tana Pastorius, and Mr. Sizwe Lundela Snell Kamatuze to serve on the Information Regulator. Are all members in the allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favour of the recommendation should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Can the whips just check on the members at the back as well, please?
Chairperson.
Yes, Honourable Member, why are you rising?
We have a problem with one person. We don't have a problem with the others. We do not know them. So I don't know if there is a correct procedure to subject people to collateral damage. There's a person we've got concerns about because
Order,
we believe
members.
that she has not been rehabilitated from maladministration. And now we must vote the others out as well.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
We do not want to subject people to collateral damage. Is that how the rules of Parliament subject
Thank you,
process?
Order, Honourable Members. Honourable Member, we're dealing with the report. We're dealing with the report and we're taking the report as a whole. The voting session is now closed, Honourable Members. Honourable Members, order. The outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favour 226, those against 111, and there's no abstentions. Honourable Members, the nomination of Advocate Pensit Lakula, Advocate Lebogang Cordelia Stroom, Mr. Johannes Colin Weapent, Professor Tana Pastorius, and Mr. Sizwe Lundelo Snell Kamatuze is accordingly agreed to in accordance with Section 41(2) A and B, subsection Roman 2 of the Protection of Personal Information Act of 2013, and these recommendations will now be forwarded to the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services. Honourable Members, that concludes the business of the day and the House is adjourned.